Colleagues, good morning and a warm welcome to everyone. Before we commence the agenda, it is important to acknowledge the suffering of the people in Southport. Young lives were senselessly cut short by natural violence, leaving families, friends and community. Our hearts go out to those affected by this unimaginable loss. The Northern Care Alliance Trust extends its deepest condolences to the affected families and understands their anger. Subsequent riots that have now spread from Southport to other towns and cities. The violence and intimidation witnessed in recent days have deeply affected our communities, and we denounce these deplorable acts. We stand united in our commitment to support our colleagues, especially those impacted by these events, and we reaffirm our dedication to nurturing a safe, inclusive and welcoming environment for all our members of our diverse NHS family. Now more than ever, we reaffirm our pledge to uphold values of community and zero tolerance towards racism, ensuring everyone feels protected and valued. We unequivocally condemn any form of violence and bigotry that threatens our community's harmony and safety. In these challenging times, our responsibility as leaders is to act with compassion and resolve. Our response today will define us, and it is vital that we uphold our core values of care, appreciate, and inspire. We stand firmly in our stance on nurturing an environment where racism has no place and all colleagues are welcome, seen, and heard. We reaffirm our commitment to uphold zero tolerance policies against any form of discrimination or racism against our patients, colleagues, service users, carers, and volunteers within the organisation. We reaffirm our responsibility to cultivate a workplace that celebrates diversity, promotes equality, and ensures that every individual feels safe, valued, and respected. We believe that the strength of our community lies in its diversity, and it is imperative we create an atmosphere where all voices are heard and every colleague can thrive without fear of prejudice or exclusion. As we navigate colleagues through these challenging times, I urge everyone to stand in solidarity, support one another, and contribute to creating an inclusive and welcoming environment for all, embracing our differences and strengthening our community through mutual respect and understanding. Now, I've made a statement in my words. Had our chair been here today, Professor Eileen Fairhurst, unfortunately she's unwell, I'm sure that she'll be making a statement on behalf of the board, but I thought it was important to say these few words. And as I do, I now want to invite our Chief Executive, Owen, to say a few words about the message he sent yesterday.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you for your words. I'll just reflect on the back of a Black Asian minority ethnic staff network call that we organised. That's the Maniza Iqbal organising yesterday. I need to say 150 colleagues came on that call. And I know that there were some people here who were involved in that call. It wasn't exclusive to people who are Black Asian minority ethnic. You know, if anybody gets an opportunity just to read some of the comments on that, I think it just gives us a sense of where we're at this moment in time. I'm just going to read actually the Chief Exec's message that I sent yesterday that has had quite a bit of feedback to kind of set out my position. So I wrote, it's strange to think that one of my family who has the same skin colour as me was in Germany a few weeks ago cheering on England in a Euro group game. Fast forward to now, and we're living in a moment where their and my own skin colour seems to have taken on a different and dangerous meaning in the eyes of a few. I share this with you not to make judgments or proceed to cast any blame, but to ask you to consider whether what we are experiencing right now is a place where we really want to be. In my opinion, this is what the abyss of unchecked hatred and bigotry looks like, and the constant thought going through my head is that as a society, we must be better than this. Around 250 people from across the country were invited to a call hosted by the CEO of NHS England, Amanda Pritchard, and she and her views are very clear on the NHS England website. Wrote a set of views, and the way I would say is that I absolutely and wholeheartedly support what she had to say. In terms of continuing my perspective, and to be really clear for the avoidance of doubt, if you are an NCA employee who is proven to have unlawfully participated in these events, then you can expect the full weight of the law and the judicial system to be coming your way. Alternatively, I wrote, if you are reading this message and are worried or scared for your well-being or that of your colleagues, family or service users, please make sure you speak to your line manager or access advice that we have issued. Final points. We will get through this by coming together and holding true to our values of caring for one another and appreciating the strength of our diversity. We will look to communicate further as things develop, and in the meantime, please stay safe. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Owen. And I'm sure that all of us will understand and appreciate how reflective and impactful those words are and what we have been experiencing. And actually, it's a really nice segue into the patient's story, which we're going to hear next. And very pleased and delighted to welcome our colleagues, John Jones, Deputy Head of Patient and Service User Experience, is that correct?
Yeah.
Daniel Sweeney, Southwark Care Organisation Community Children's Nursing, and Kath Rutherford, Southwark Care Organisation Community Children's Nursing. So excited to have you here. And as we listen and absorb what our colleagues at these tell us, we'll again reaffirm our thinking around how we embed the lived experience of people we look after, patient care, service users in the community, and also our colleagues who are equally important to care for. Over to you, colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning, everyone. As the Chair said, my name is John, and I'm one of the Deputy Heads of Patient Experience for the Northern Care Alliance. And I'm here with Kath and Danielle today from Salford Children's Community Nursing. Over the past year, the Patient Experience team have been working closely with the Salford Children's Community Nursing team, and Kath, Danielle and their line manager, Jenny Daniels, are always looking for new ways they can improve the experience of their patients and the families they support. This story was brought to our Patient Experience Steering Group recently and really highlights the lengths and dedication that the team have gone to improve quality of care, particularly in such sad circumstances. I'll now hand over to Kath and Danielle and introduce the story.
Thank you, John. So we just wanted to showcase the story of a child that we look after in the community to highlight what we're doing. So Eliza was a 7-year-old little girl who was referred to our team, Children's Community Nursing team, following diagnosis of a yolk sac tumour, which was initially deemed as curable with a positive prognosis. Eliza drew all our heart from the beginning. She was a confident, strong-willed little girl who knew her own mind and knew what she wanted. When Eliza was in hospital, she was supported by ourselves, the Children's Community team, the central line flushes, dressing change, nasogastric tube insertion, home chemotherapy, and support for both Eliza and her family. And during these times, she would sit on her own on the couch and you'd be saying, have a cuddle off mum while we're giving you chemo, which she used to stay. And you'd be like, no, I'm okay. She was so strong-willed, knew what she wanted. She might not have spoken to us when we first went in because she knew what we were doing, but after she was very, very chatty and appreciated us going after.
As Kath said before, initially Eliza's prognosis was quite positive. However, after undergoing treatment for 6 months, the family unfortunately received devastating news that her tumours were growing, and the treatment so far had been unsuccessful. The decision was made by the MDT at the Children's Hospital to trial Eliza on an adult chemotherapy programme. However, Eliza unfortunately then had a reaction to this and she wasn't able to continue. And the family were left with no other treatment options to explore. And subsequently, the palliative care discussions began between our team and the hospital. The family made such a brave decision. They had 3 other children at home. They wanted to have Eliza at home as well. They didn't want Eliza to spend the rest of her short life in hospital. So they opted for palliative radiotherapy and conservative treatment in the community. Eliza became increasingly unwell after her first few rounds of radiotherapy, and the family decided they wanted to bring Eliza for a friend like her. Eliza also wanted to be at home. Eliza, from what we knew of Eliza, she knew what was going on, but there was never discussion that she was end of life with Eliza. There was discussion she had 2 older siblings and 1 younger sibling. The older siblings knew she was deteriorated and was unwell, but they didn't tell her that she was at the end of life. She wanted to be with her siblings. She wanted to sleep in mum and dad's new bed that we got just for Eliza. She wanted to be surrounded by the people she loved. Eliza's name is Hannah and referred the family to Make-A-Wish Foundation. She had been arranged to go to Disneyland. Unfortunately, Eliza was too unwell to make the trip, and family were unable to go. Despite this, family decided to put Eliza Day at home. It was full of Disney magic. The people that were meant to them, that meant to them. Ourselves and the team were invited to celebrate with Eliza and her family. So during this time, Hannah was our named nurse took on the role of supporting family, exploring what they needed. Myself, who's got a specialist interest in the palliative care, supporting Hannah, looking at the ACP for the family. We liaised with the hospital, we did this jointly, and we also referred to other teams that reacted throughout the time with the family. Us as a team assessed available options for having Eliza at home, and it was clear that she would need 24 support, which is initially not something that we are able to provide. We've not previously been commissioned as a team for end-of-life care and not for the service, as this would have been previously supported by Derry and Health Children's Hospitals for overnight on-call if required. We currently don't have any community paediatricians to support end-of-life care, and there needed to be strict discharge planning at the hospital to allow for ourselves to be reactive and manage any anticipatory symptoms. Without such a cohesive and supportive team, end-of-life care wouldn't have been possible. She would have had to either stay at hospital or be transferred to Derry and Hospital. At the time of planning for Eliza's discharge, Derry and Health were unable to provide an service 7 days a week for the family, and our full support from the Macmillan team was only available at the weekend, and it still wasn't enough to make sure that Eliza was discharged safely to her home.
Thankfully, the CCN team were willing to provide 24-hour on-call service to allow Eliza to go home, for which we received no additional funds. Well, we got funding from the CPJ, but this was all done on good. So looking at the team, a lot of our team have all got young children at home, so it's assessing people leave and whether we could safely provide support. So a lot of this was the first time for a child was end-of-life at home. This quickly developed, and then we developed an end-of-life care pathway that provided a structured approach to the discharge, which we shared with the Macmillan team to check we were all happy with that, which included a plan for CCN to provide an on-call position, funding for the on-call, and a contingency plan to ensure that we weren't affecting any of the other CCN services provided. And we could have remained reactive to also run almost normal whilst providing a 24-hour end-of-life care. We assessed it daily during the time we had Eliza at home. By developing this pathway, we worked alongside Derry and Macmillan. Eliza was able to come home. Once she was at home, we completed twice-a-day visits, which would increase their condition deteriorated. We worked jointly with Derry and Macmillan, coordinated a plan for the on-call services, visiting and reviewing the treatment plans. With the 24-hour care provided by the CTN team, Eliza survived for 3 weeks at home. She got to spend time with her mum, dad, siblings. She got to boss around her grandparents, aunties and uncles. And she got to sleep in her mum and dad's bed and to be held by them in a place they wanted her to be so desperately. Eliza got to do some painting, memory making, and most importantly, at home. Also, during this time, we supported the siblings knew she was home and she was very unwell. At this point, siblings were still going to school, which is what family wanted to try and keep the most normal routine. We put Eliza on the syringe around for a day. I remember this was on a Tuesday, and I said to Mum, I think it's time for the siblings. So I went back that evening and reported her and letting all the siblings know that this is the last few days, could be the last few days, the last few hours of their life. because siblings were still continuing to want to go and play out, although Eliza wanted them to spend time with her. And parents were so appreciative and was supporting, recognising the signs of deterioration and also being open and honest throughout it all with Eliza family.
Sadly, Eliza died on the 24th of March 2024, surrounded by the people that she loved and who loved her most. The team as a whole commented that they've never seen such strength of grace from such a little girl throughout their time caring for Eliza. As we said before, she would be very reluctant to talk to us when we were initially going, but by the end she'd be chatting, she'd be showing us, even to the last few days, her makeup, her painting that she was doing with her family and her siblings. And we will always feel very, very lucky as a team to be able to have been part of her journey. The morning that Eliza died, her mum even took the time to ring the office and made sure to thank the team for their close care and support, and followed up with a text message from mum that said that the following. I just wanted to personally thank you for absolutely everything you've done for Eliza over the last few weeks. I don't know how I would have stayed as strong-sided without you. I'll be forever grateful. The door's always open. That's all we got. So while Eliza was alive, parents were adamant they wanted to stay at home. They didn't want to go to the hospice after she died. During the night when she died, they decided she wanted to go to Derry, and were able to facilitate that. While the family were at Derry and we visited the family support, they also asked us to join them at the funeral, which we did. Most of us attended on that day. As a request by the family, we wore bright coloured ribbons in our hair and bandage of Disney characters, which were her favourite and clothes. The team also visited Eliza's family at home and proposed bereavement support. Eliza's mum said the best decision she ever made was to bring Eliza home. And just to have a line from our service lead, Jenny Daniels, I cannot put into words how exceptionally proud I am to be part of the team that made this happen. Eliza was one of the bravest children I have ever met, and it was a privilege to be able to. And I just want to summarise just some of the things we have learned during the time we looked after Eliza. So we highlighted we need to develop a way for end-of-life children. Currently, we are working within the NCA with the other children's community teams to develop a way. And we've also got an end-of-life plan coming into place. I've gone on to Bill and hospice to check that they're happy with it, that we will work jointly on. We also audit the children's deaths. As highlighted in the Health and Care Bill, palliative care children's services remain a postcode lottery. And I think without the goodwill of our staff, Eliza wouldn't have been able to come home. If there was a service to be offered, dying at home is more of a consideration. We had 2 end-of-life children cases in the community within a 3-month period, one of them including Eliza. And our palliative care planning for current patient support is consideration. So we're assessing each situation on a day-to-day basis. So if we got a referral today, we would look at our staffing, what availability we had, what other things we had in the diary to see whether we could offer end-of-life care and what other support hospices could support us with. And currently in the community, we have no clinician palliative care support for palliative or end-of-life support. This can impact on the discharge planning, and it can be difficult to get hospitals to understand the need for parallel planning. We get lots of send this child home, a consultant can take over. None of our consultants have got the time or the expertise to support an end-of-life care. There's still a major lack of understanding in palliative care and within the paediatrics, and the support and confidence. We get lots of support from the GPs, but a lot of the time this is their first time looking after a child, a friend of life at home. We know at the moment this is not a sustainable service, and we have to assess each patient on a need-led basis to see whether we can offer it after. But we hope in the future we can offer more. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for sharing Eliza's story. First and foremost, I convey on behalf of the board heartfelt condolences to her parents and family. What you have illustrated today is your routine experience and how you shaped and framed that routine experience to wrap it around Eliza's voice. And it's wonderful to hear that boys not only landed with you, but how you created the conditions through partnership, through innovation, through thinking carefully about the care and compassion that needed to be felt by Eliza, although she was unaware initially, but certainly by her parents and her loved ones. But colleagues, this is something that this team deal with, I said, every day. And in other parts of the organisation, giving and sharing and having difficult conversations can be very challenging. Palliative care, the resources are not as they should be, but you worked around in a way that was creative and enduring, and the quality improvement initiative that you took, the steps that you made happen were very impactful. I'm very mindful that both colleagues in this room and colleagues on the call today will also be impacted by what they have heard. We've all lost loved ones, either within the palliative care setting or at some point in our lives, and those who haven't. I'm sure it resonates very strongly, that emotional connection, that for two things. A, to commend the staff and our teams who work so hard and tirelessly to make sure things are put in the right place. You know, our colleagues like Kat and Danielle and John and those who are not in this room. But also to understand that as a board, we make decisions where we are managing, dealing, designing, planning and arranging conditions that we want all our service users, carers, families and patients in particular to receive, irrespective of their age. And that resonates very strongly with us through the voice that you've given to us through Eliza's lived experience and that of her family. So thank you very much. Any comments? Jude, please.
Thank you. That was fabulous. You guys clearly did a great job. I was really interested in the learning bit as well, you know, so actually what can we do better? And a question, have you reached out to your CCNT and paediatricians across Bury, Rochdale and Oldham to look at, actually, is there work that we could do together on end of life care and actually perhaps strengthen the resilience of the CCN teams and paediatricians from Oldham in particular, who so that we've got a kind of consistent offer across.
So there is talks about that. So we have a GM Manchester meeting that we all attend. There's discussions of that. We've had more local discussions just within the NCA. I don't think at paediatrician level there have been those discussions.
Okay.
Right. We do talk as the nurses who've got specialist interest and the palliative care nurses. We do a lot of work discussing what their paediatricians offer and what the differences are. And we have talked about whether in the future it will be that there is one palliative care team that will oversee all those teams and who can be the ones who are on call, depending which area it is, and support each other.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think it's Chris.
Oh, sorry, Chris. Oh, then Jess.
No, it's not Chris.
Thank you for that. I mean, the chair actually, I just want to say thank you. I was on a call about children's services in the NCA, and I was aware of palliative care in Australia, and the amount it takes to provide that service. The fact that because of the difficulties that we face, it might be something that could be at risk. So we do need to think about our priorities and be alert to the fact that this is something that could be placed in an even more difficult situation if we're not careful. I do agree that working as an NCA is the right thing to do. I'm also aware of the fact that Derry House funding is a problem, and access to that is also very difficult for the NCA. So that's something that we can take into account as well. But finally, I just wanted to say, do you have the care and support that you for being such a difficult? Do you feel as though you're supported in what you do?
Yeah, so we're very good at supporting each other, and we've also got a psychologist who works within the team who will support us throughout it. We also have debriefs. We also had a debrief with ourselves, with Debian as well after this, just to see if we did, is there anything we can do better in the Chris.
I think I'm just pushing in front of you, Jeff, if that's okay. First of all, thanks. or sharing. Story is not the right word, is it? It's more than that. And in terms of Eliza, we talk about saving lives, improving lives. But what that can tend to miss is what you might call the concept of what a good death is. And I think there's just something that we need to be thinking about, that's a very important aspect of what we do. And the example that you're describing today is an example of, as the chair has said, it's kind of a workaround, but it's a brilliant workaround for that family and for that young girl as she passes. I think just a couple of things. I'm going to ask Heather to pick this up with you sort of offline. Like Chris talked about the duty of care point, because I'd like to know more formally whether that is an arrangement that you stumbled on as a way of dealing with it for the duty of care to you, or is it actually a part of the way that we would operate? So I'm going to ask Heather to pick that up with the conversation with you after this conversation. The other bit, because on this agenda today, we'll be discussing our digital strategy, and we'll also be discussing further on about where we go in terms of the patient record. I suspect, and again, I'm going to ask Heather to pick this up and verify this with you, that Eliza's information and the access to it across GP, across the several organisations that are involved, I suspect it's been very, very complicated to have one form of what we call Eliza's truth at any one time, real time, and there. And again, I will ask Heather to have that conversation just to verify what the reality of that is, because I think it plays into certainly a conversation we will have today and moving forward. So those are just my thoughts, and just again, just
Thanks, Jen. Thank you. What you said was really difficult to say, it's really difficult to hear at times. And what you did for Eliza and the family was absolutely inspirational. As you said at the end, the pathway is not yet solved. And in the work that Heather will pick up, I was wondering whether you want to make any comments about the level of children's hospice provision. There used to be a children's hospice in Radcliffe about 3 years ago, closed. I know that Darien House was in Manchester. I suppose the question is that sufficient for Northern Care Alliance, or do you think there's a case to be made for more local provision of children's hospital services in the north of the conurbation?
So we have got Darien House, which is in Chorley. We also have got Francis House that we can scope into. So we give the families the options of which hospice they would like to go to. We show them, there's videos that we can show them and things, so they can see. Depending on area, previously Darien House had the better offer. They would be able to do the end of life overnight care. Francis House have now started offering this. So previously we had children who were under pregnancy home who would have come home because they didn't have the 24-hour end of life care support that the family needed at the time. But I think at the moment with what's going on with Darien, there is a big sort of, there's
definitely a big gap in what could be provision facilitated.
I think our children could suffer in the future from that.
Thank you, that's noted very, very much. And I'd like Jack to speak and then John to give them close, if that's okay.
Most of my things I was going to say have been covered by colleagues, but I did want to reiterate my thanks. It was an extremely moving and compassionate story, and the support you provided to Eliza and the family, clearly phenomenal. I wanted to reflect, as we've had a number of conversations in this board and other places about community services and about children's services, that today kind of really resonated that if we needed to pause for thought and think about the intrinsic value of some of the services we provide. And Owen made a kind of explicit connection to our strategy, so improving lives That here, this story and the service you provide is really invaluable to children and families that you support. And I just wanted to reflect on that and to thank you for your support.
Heather, sorry, I thought it was John, like flashing, please.
It's very brief from me to say thank you. Echo what was said. To confirm, I will pick up what Owen has directed, and also to reference the fact that we do have things in our own as nurses to help us with the emotional burden of care. So in addition to that, I will look at our progress to implement within the organisation, with a new role in so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 3, that covers things for absence received from Professor Owen Fairhurst and Rachel Jones. Agenda item 4, declaration of interest. Are there any interests that need to be declared by colleagues? None permitted. Thank you. Agenda item 5, minutes of the previous meeting. Unless I'm told otherwise, can we approve the minutes as a true record of our meeting held on the 3rd of July 2024? Thank you very much indeed. Agenda item 6, matters arising from the previous meetings. Are there any matters arising that are not listed or reported to me? Anything that colleagues would like to raise? No. Thank you very much indeed. On to the action tracker. Are there any questions from board colleagues regarding the action tracker? Or can we take them as presented? If you speak to me, colleagues, I appreciate your voice.
Good.
Thank you. Item number 8.
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry.
Sorry. I just wanted to reference in the action tracker, I believe there was 2 actions related to maternity services, specifically how we are exploring women who could be established services. It's still in progress. There's no update in maternity services. I thought I'd update here if that's okay.
Yes, please.
Just to say that we have reached out to our community through requesting to help understand this experience, and we have no concerns about unregulated people carrying out care outside of their sphere of practice. We've also reached out to the NMC lead midwife, Tracy McCormack, to help with this, and she is we're working closely with her. There was a request to reach out to Bradford. We so the there, Sarah Collins, has met with them. So we're very much on the wavelength offer to women in this space. So we will continue to keep a watch, but at this moment there are no concerns. We've explored it on behalf of GM. We've reached this issue GM wide, and no concerns found.
Thank you very much, Heather. Based on that update, colleagues, are there any further comments or questions? No? Okay, thank you very much. Noted, and we'll move on. Agenda item number 8, I'm going to invite the owner to speak to the Greater Manchester Integrated Care Board of course today.
Thank you, Chair. Just to bring the undertakings through, we've had previous discussions about this. This is the more detailed version. If you recall, we had a kind of an overview version. This has also been through the board, the Integrated Care Board itself, so as a public document. I think it goes without saying that one of the biggest contributions that we can make to the delivery of these undertakings is to do everything that we committed to do within our own plans, our own objectives, strategic objectives and whatever else. That includes the financial management, that includes the delivery of constitutional targets. If we do our bit of this, we will really help the Greater Manchester Integrated Board move past these undertakings, and we're very much looking to do that together in partnership. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and I think we affirm that support that is absolutely our direction of travel, that we do want to work in partnership and address those standards which are slipped and work together as a team to do this. Any aspect of care that we find ourselves on, so great to know this is clear. Thank you very much indeed, Owen. We move then to agenda item number 9. Going to invite Sue as non-executive chair for the Finance Committee to present the report.
Something. Sorry, still got my nerves. Okay, so first the good news from Finance Committee. The deficit to month 3 was 1.2 million worse than planned, but that can be explained by the costs associated with industrial action, and hopefully now that industrial action has come to an end, so that you can carry on with the trend. The year-to-date cost improvement plan's on target at 12.14 million. But then onto the kind of not so good news. The full year CIP is still some 30 million adrift of target. And after adjusting for the risk, it's more like 50 million adrift of target. So there's a huge amount of work to do really to get that back on. And as that's the first year of our financial sustainability plan, that makes it even more important. The meeting was principally engaged with ascertaining what level of assurance we could get around the financial sustainability plan, and the executive directors were invited to come along, and it was encouraging, I think, to see the number of schemes and the knowledge that all of the directors had and the work that was going on. I think the concern from NHS was, is there the capacity to deliver on all these programmes along with everything else they have to do? And we need to see a lot more detail going forward, but I think it did give us more assurance that there's a lot to go at, and that the team were on with that. So I think they were the principal items. So I wouldn't say I can't bring assurance on the FSP to this meeting, but we need to continue to work on delivering that assurance. We reviewed the EPR finances, and we're going to be looking at the case later on in the private session, aren't we? And provided we can deliver the FSP, the EPR case looks to be financially viable, but we have to deliver the FSP.
Thank you, Sue. It's a very comprehensive update. Colleagues, are there any questions or comments to Sue? Oh, sorry.
I keep checking her with the lights. Just a little bit of follow on, because in the alert that Sue's referenced, there's a particular reference to my level of confidence in that. So I think, I think it's just worth just airing that a little bit just for the board. So I think there's just a thing to, and I'll start the way that Sue did. If you look at week 5 and you looked at where we were at in terms of cost improvement planning, week 5 of the current period that we're in, we had transacted £3 million worth of cost improvement planning, but we had £45.1 million unidentified. So that was week 5. The week we're currently in is week 17. And we're now in a position where we've transacted 30.6 million as cost improvement planning, and we're a little bit better than you've just described. So we've now got an unidentified gap of 28 million. So if you think about that in a 12-week period, you can see the direction of travel. And if you just do from week 5 to week 17, those 12 weeks, if we continued at the level of transacted, okay, we'd be going at an average of 2.3 million transacted per week if you just take that period. And then if you really want to get into a world of extrapolation, because finance lives in a world of extrapolation, if the remaining 35 weeks we kept at that average of 2.3 million, we clearly get well beyond where we would need to be for this year. But the issues with that is that there are just a number of things that we just need to be cognizant of, and we are cognizant of. So I don't think we've got, this time last year, I think we had challenges with our processes and the way that we were working. I don't think it's a process issue now. It's a kind of doing the do challenge that we've got. And there are some things that we need to work on. So, you know, Craig, Heather, you know, and all of us are very focused on, for example, our expenditure on bank. So whilst we've done some really good work around agency, what we're seeing is that our bank levels, so if you think about what's called the pay bill, we've got to be careful of that language, but 3 components, you know, you've got your substantive element, you've got your bank, and you've got your agency. The bank is something that we haven't quite got the grip and control we would want to have to align it to the plan we have set. So that will be just one area where I think we've just got some work to do. We're obviously living in the reality of industrial action. And I think, you know, we can't understate the potential impact of the more recent decision by general practice community and what impact that may have, not just in terms of care, but then the associated finances that come as a result of that. And then, whilst we have done some good work, and our performance since September last year has shown a good bit of progress against cost improvement planning, what this current set of information for the year 24-25 that we're in doesn't have, of course, is the reality of a winter. So we haven't done that journey at this moment in time. So there's work for us to do in those elements. And Sue's absolutely right. And I think this is something that we'll look to try and bring back to the next finance committee, is the question about leadership capacity to deliver this. Because if you think about it in the context of the change portfolio board and the scope of stuff that we're doing, it's not just a stretch for the colleagues that are in here. If we think about our broader leadership community across the organisation, that is a lot for people to work through. So we're probably going to need to bring something back to the finance committee at least, and maybe the people in the education committee, just to say, what do we do to manage it? Do we need to supplement it with external, or do we have to think about deprioritising some things in order to make sure that we've got the right bandwidth? So I just thought it'd be just useful for those people who are not in the finance committee discussions on a regular basis, just to understand when you see that comment attributed to myself, that's the underlying context to it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Notwithstanding what you've just said, further contextualise the challenge that Sue's identified, that we need to remain focused on assurance and seek that assurance and understand completely the fluid nature of what we are dealing with. So some things we can anticipate in the grip and control element, but there are other aspects which are GNY, which you've just identified, which illustrate the extent of the challenge. And the leadership capacity and sustainability challenge is also very important to know. So thank you, Owen, thank you, Sue. There are no further comments, can't see any lights on, so can we for completeness evidence? The Board of Directors is asked to receive it and acknowledge the summary report from the Finance Committee. Can we please do that? You can give me a show of hands, it's fine. Okay, not of the head, please. Thank you. Agenda item 9.2, matters for escalation, monthly finance updates, and Craig, please.
Thank you, Chair. Got a lot of the points have just been covered. It's good to see colleagues being very versed in the finance situation, but it just demonstrates a lack of awareness that we're, the awareness that we have on, you know, what matters rising in our financial run rate position. So I'll just fill in some slight gaps there around, Owen's absolutely right, the bank spend, our non-substantive elements of our pay costs are something that we need to have a sharp focus on now. We know that we've got sustained improvement in agency costs. We've retained that grip and control at around 1.2% of our pay bill against a 3.2 national threshold. So we're doing really well against that. But we must focus now on our bank spend and understand what lies beneath that. And as we've alluded to, and colleagues have said, how we can sustainably and safely look at some of the reductions that we need to see in that in order to achieve the financial outturn that we need to get to this year. I'd also just mention, Chair, about the capital situation. We agreed at Finance Committee that we would work to 60% of our total capital plan. The logic behind this was to make sure that we can maximise the opportunity to spend what we have allocated to us without the reliance until it's concluded on the element that relates to the Pennine acute transaction. So that takes us up to a maximum of circa around 42 million that we can work to. We know we've got another 26 attached to the Pennine acute transaction that we need to get a final direction of travel with NHS England on, and we are working with both NHSE and the ICB on concluding that matter, and I'm hoping to do that in the next month. To do that, I'll bring an update to board about that. And then finally, Chair, on the cash situation, as at month 3 in the report, we're around 96.2 million. We are expecting that to fall back in line with the plan at month 4 to around circa 50 million, as that was what we had planned to do. The main reason we've been running above plan to date up to the end of month 3 in terms of cash is around some transactions with Salford City Council on adult social care payments. So invoices will flow through in month 4, which means cash will leave the NCA into the right places and catch up with the plan. Once we arrive at around £50 million, we're running at about 10 days in terms of our transactional turnover, and that would be broadly in line with the plan. So I just wanted to that we will not see that cash discrepancy going forward to the level we've seen it to month 3. That's all I wanted to mention, Chair.
Thank you. I'm mindful that colleagues have had the opportunity to have further detailed discussion on many of the items that we're going to be discussing today in various committees. However, this is another opportunity to ask any additional questions or make comments regarding what you just heard. Are there any? No. Okay. So again, for completeness, can the board receive the month 3 financial position updates and note the position report? Thank you. Agenda item 9.3, financial sustainability plan. Please, Craig, we'll give you.
Yes, just to give an overview, we wanted to bring this to part 1 of the board. As the board will be aware, we've been discussing and developing a financial sustainability plan from October last year. We started to pull together one of the latest versions now to present here to board. I'll take the slides as read, but some of the key headlines in there are that we've identified the key assumptions around inflation and service contract income levels that, you know, are subject to change and iteration as we go along and work this through with the GMICB, but they're clearly there in the documentation for people to know what this has been founded upon in terms of assumptions. The broad headlines for the NCA are that we will have an underlying deficit of around 132 million that we are working to this financial year. And broadly speaking, in the model at the minute, the average level of CIP runs at about 22 million to what I would describe as tread water, to stay still. So we've got to achieve 22 million a year at least in order to sustain our underlying deficit and not worsen it. However, we know that the plan that we've been working to is to try and eliminate the underlying deficit within a timescale of 3 years, and to get to a position where beyond that 3 years, we're not reliant on a CIP that is equal to 5%. We can start to work to a CIP that's below that beyond 3 years to get to a place where we can break even without the 5% efficiency requirement. What it does spell out though, that in order to get to our underlying position being eliminated in that way, that it will require a CIP to the tune of around 85 million a year, inclusive of this year, for the next 3 years. It also includes some of the work that we talked about earlier around the electronic patient record. So that is in there in terms of the financial outlook across the numerous years. The main points to raise around the CIP target that's in there at around 5% for the next 3 years is to say that there are key themes that you would expect to see in there around estates and facilities, digital, clinical service excellence, which it includes theatres efficiencies, outpatients efficiencies and urgent care efficiencies in there, and things that you would expect to see around procurement, meds management. So there are broad programmes of work that are spelled out in the FSP that articulate how we're going to tackle that CIP challenge. And again, as we've alluded to, we will continue to work on the substance behind that, in particular for years 2 and 3, routed through Finance Committee, routed through the board position, and with the individual CIP meetings that we have on a weekly basis with SROs who are in charge of programmes. So it is an iterative piece to derive the substance, but today it sort of provides the framework or the context in which the NCA is operating with the levels of challenge that's required to get to a break-even position from an underlying deficit point of view. This work will be taken and integrated into an overall piece of work that the GM ICB are working on for the system, and the financial sustainability plan for the system is being worked on as we speak with our work feeding into that. I'm the GM DOF representative for that work, so I will be leading some of the key assumptions to make sure there's consistency across all provider finance sustainability plans, so we can move to a place where we're not second guessing underlying assumptions for our position. And internally, like I say, Chair, we will be reviewing this regularly at Finance Committee to gain more assurance on the substance behind what will need to be the CIP programme work.
Thank you, great, very thorough. Any questions or comments, colleagues? Yes.
Could I just ask, what, in terms of the Greater Manchester system, what are we looking at when it comes to working together as an organisation? Is this HR, is it finance, is it procurement? What are the areas that we're looking to create efficiencies to work together as a system?
At the minute, I would say it's all of the above in terms of, but in different states of development. So the opportunities certainly on procurement are being explored, and that's both from a how can we gain more buying power by combining our contractual volumes, for example, and also from a structural point of view about how we're constituted across our organisations and on what departments that we could look to work together from a structural point of view. So procurement is fairly well on its track to be advanced. In terms of finance, we are looking at how we deliver our finance functions within our organisations, but it's a much more developmental review at the minute. But ledger systems, things that we all use collectively, information on that is being collected to see how we can maximise our efficiency on the systems that we use in finance and the way that our payroll works. So there are different pieces of work at different development stages. We will pick key ones up through the provider oversight meetings that we have with the GM ICB, and the work that I've just described for the financial sustainability plan is asking for how we all collectively start to work on those system-wide programmes of work that are beyond trust level.
Do those count as our savings or the system savings? Because clearly GM as an ICB needs to make savings too, but those would count as our savings, would they not?
I think where the savings get accounted for is probably we're trying to work on that being the least of our priorities at the minute, in terms of saying we've got a system-wide deficit. When we collect up the deficits of all the provider organisations, we know we're running at 175 million deficit, even if we hit our plan. So there's something that's got to happen beyond our plans to do that. And that's the space that we're in at the minute, as is to see how we can do that together.
Thank you for those points. Jeff, please. And then Nikki.
Thanks, Jeff. I think when we communicate to the public and to staff, we should be clear what we mean by break-even, 3 years. Craig alluded to this, that even if we make all this work, including £85 million per annum for the first 3 years of cost improvement programs, we'll still need to make significant amounts, albeit less, in years 4, 5, and 6 cost improvement. So 50 odd million in year 5, for example. So it's not as if we get to break even and then we all stop making efficiencies. It carries on. I think we need to be clear what that will be by break even. And also, just thinking about slide 8, I was glad to hear Sue and Owen talk about the Finance Committee looking at its next meeting at capacity. I also think, in addition to that, if we are to gain assurance, we do need to get more detail about some of the amounts in the table that will get us to break even. So, for example, and this is in addition to the SIP programme, pipeline efficiencies, green pipeline efficiencies, high-risk options savings. I think we need more depth and detail on what's in those figures in order to get more assurance that we have now through the Finance Committee. Thank you.
Can I just comment? Yeah, you're right, Jeff. That's why I try to choose my words carefully there. So I'll just sort of reiterate what I said there is when we get beyond year 3, I was just describing that we can get to a position, get to a break-even position with a CIP that's less than 5%. There'll always be an element of CIP that's built into expected efficiencies within the NHS. So you also will never get away with a zero efficiency sort of plan. But I'm just describing that in order to get out of the cycle of needing to deliver 5% each year, for us, as this work spells out, that would only start to materialise in year 4, which is 27, 28 in this piece.
Nikki?
It's just to respond further to Aziz's points over from a people services point of view. There's a national programme called Scaling People Services. We have brought a brief update to People Education Committee previously. That work's now progressed, so there will be a further update coming to the People Education Committee. But that's probably the furthest ahead across GM in terms of what opportunities there might be for saving money by consolidating, sharing best practice, all those sort of things. So that work is underway.
Any further comments, colleagues, or questions? No, can I thank you all for those contributions, and thank you to Craig. I suppose again it's having appropriate line of sight, robust line of sight of the shifting sands, a good illustration of what we can do to achieve our ripple control locally, but how interdependent we are as a system. So the wider FSP will always impact upon us, so we have to be mindful of that. But really important, again, to reaffirm that our approach takes into account patient experience, and efficiency is about improving patient experience and improving our colleagues' experience. those resources that we put in place to make sure right care, right person, right time are absolutely invaluable. And that is something I know everyone here is very committed to delivering. But one must also reinforce the points that have been made by everyone. If not spoken, we understand this. The fluidity of the situation regarding the reports and the challenges that we raised in the 3 updates. And the point that Jeff made earlier on, that this is a wider piece of work, will be impactful for years to come. So decisions we are making now need to be contextualised within the context of what we're hearing. But also, again, looking to the future about how these efficiency gains will absolutely improve the care we provide to our colleagues and patients. So again, for completeness, colleagues, can we please receive the financial sustainability plan? Thank you very much. Okay, it's me as the chair with the hands-on speaking to the quality industry report that we presented on the 26th of July 2024. The notes are there for you to consider. Happy to take any questions. I believe it's a very comprehensive report that's in front of you. And if you want to ask any questions, this is your Chair.
Yeah, ask about the issues with adult social care in Salford. Also, quality issues are concerning. But in the previous report on this agenda, we had information about a £2 million per annum overspend for adult social care in Salford. And my question is whether we are looking strategically at adult social care across the care lines. Salford is the only care organisation where adult social care is fully integrated into the trust. It's integrated in different ways across the other sites. And I wonder whether, in addition to looking at these particular problems in this report, we're going to look at the approach to integration care from both a quality and a financial perspective.
Thank you, Jeff. Points really well made, and we are mindful of those considerations and we do discuss them, but we are widening our approach in terms of modelling what would be effective and impactful for adult social care based on some of the challenges we have experienced, and also looking backward to where we are now. We've come a long way in fixing some of those matters. I'm going to ask Heather and Jude to respond.
Thank you, Chair. Jeff, in short, the answer is yes. We are looking at strategically across the NCA how adult social care is delivered. It's just part of our approach to ensure that we are maximising the benefits of working across all localities and harmonising how we deliver care. Outside the organisation, there's a Poor Localities Partnership work that's happening. So the mirroring of working together outside the organisation and inside the NCA, adult social care and service delivery will benefit from that harmonisation work. So I'm due to give feedback from that work within the autumn, in September, needs to be confirmed, but that work has already started.
Lorna.
Yeah, under advice, under the health and safety annual report, in the context of how we open this meeting, we do have a new individual that's taken a role to look at health, safety and violent incidents. And I wonder whether we need to consider any acceleration of that interim report in the current society that we're living in right now, and thinking about how we might put more support around that to make sure we are understanding what's happening today.
Those points very well made, and I think absolutely we have the opportunity to strengthen that report. Indeed, all of our policies that as we discussed this morning, we should not only have listed this morning, but we should implement the changes that are required to deliver against our commitment. Thank you. And just to conclude on this matter with the adult social care, the challenge for us is having a shared governance approach. And that is something that, again, we've been discussing at quality with the support of Mike and his line of sight. We recognise that there are some areas where we can't give assurance because we don't have the information, or the information doesn't come to us in a manner that, or format that we recognise. So we are building on that Section 75 partnership arrangement and ensuring that we have those conversations, and which is much more robust than it has been, not through any fault of our own, but again, it's dependency on our care partners. There are no further questions. Again, for completeness, colleagues, can we accept? Can we receive the report from the Quality Committee? Thank you. Matters for escalation, agenda item 10.2, the Care Quality Commission annual report. Please, Heather.
Thank you, Chair. So I will take the report as read, but there are some points that I will go into some detail if that's okay. This report tells a story of the NCA knowing its story in terms of satisfying regulatory scrutiny, our duty in terms of the regulations of health and care services. What the annual report has detailed is how we have improved in our mock inspection regime alongside self-assessment. We are having proactive meetings with HMC and heading off issues in terms of inquiries, reducing the activity and the burden around that. So there is a lot in there in terms of how we are improving processes and relationships with regulators to ensure that we know what is happening across the 4 hospitals. There are some assertions in there that could give the impression that all is fixed. So in the first few paragraphs, there's reference to the fact that we have closed the NCA master plan of the CQC, and that is true. Through the quality standards improvement group, we can say that the process functions have been closed off around all the must-dos and must-dos, as we knew at the time. That points to something which is not detailed in this report, is that this is dynamic, and we've closed down the process indicators. We've not completely completed our improvement journey. And what I will just draw the board's attention to is perhaps the inadequate rating in Salford ED. And although we made reference to the mock inspection and we detailed the process, we've not included the outcome data and some of the granularity around that. The mock inspection can demonstrate that we have shifted the dial phone output, and its judgment is that it's now a required improvement situation. It's looked in detail in terms of the 8 must-dos and 6 should-dos actions that were applied to Salford ED, and they went over the 9 regulations. So out of the 9 regulations, 5 of them had must-do actions, and we have seen through our regular inspections, the IPAS, the inpatient assessment and accreditation scheme audits, through the mock inspection and self-assessment, including the observed list and act data, that we have shifted the dial on what was seen in December 2022. There are 9 high-level improvements noted through the mock inspection and the various audits. For example, the ratings that we saw in the safe domain show that through our IPAS audit, we've moved from red to amber in the last inspection in Salford ED. So that does show some improvement. The observed, listen and act data, which is where patients and volunteers do an assessment, it is showing an improvement and was rated green in the last inspection, which is a pivotal change. Our patient feedback from IQVIA reported in Q1 2024-2025 rated 81% good overall. Staffing, oversight and monitoring arrangements are in place both at divisional and care org level. Over 50 new nurses started since January 2023. Sepsis, as you know, is a major issue and is being managed by a medical director with reporting coming to our quality management and effectiveness group and QPC. And we've harmonised NCA policy now pertaining to sepsis, and we have online training to supplement that. So compliance was very good overall, 95% for nurses, 87% medical would comment on the difference. The UEC board is in place and it is chaired by the by Jude, overseeing reports and improvement. And the continuous flow model is now developed across the department to improve access and flow. Reduction in corridor care is noted, and we're now using by states effectively to reduce the impact on patient experience within that space. So we can demonstrate that we shifted from inadequate to requires improvement. And that is because of all the infrastructure that's put in place to improve our oversight, to increase the inter-rater reliability of our auditors, and to give the board line of sight of those improvements. The CQC action plan didn't go into that detail because it's telling about the infrastructure. The quality standards improvement report, which will come to the next board, will give some more detail. But that's a bit of a snippet of what these improvements can tell us on a daily basis, and quality effectiveness group that seeking and co-chair, we receive that detail as well. As an example of where this is quite dynamic, even though we've signed up at the time at all the we received a report from our medical devices colleague yesterday, which shows that whilst we will be, it was reported to us that to complete our test of effectiveness checks showed that they weren't. So we will be adjusting that correction, that we have to do more work on that. The action plan has been presented to myself to show that. So it is dynamic. We are monitoring it. There is an increasing control, moving from inadequate to our eyes not to be celebrated, because required improvement is also an indication that colleagues in their delivery of care and patients receiving care are not completely receiving high quality safe care, but there is a shift.
Thank you.
Update.
Heather, are there any questions or comments for Jude?
Yeah, thank you. I think just for the board, what I would say is context does become important, and certainly the views of our staff when the CQC come back into the organisation and ask them actually what's their view of what's improved, will be listened to very carefully. So whilst I think we can demonstrate that, as Heather said, for some process perspectives, we've certainly made some improvements. If you just take the lens of UEC, we still have colleagues raising freedom to speak up issues, particularly in the Salford ED, that we are working through with them. We still, from a performance perspective, see that we have a significant number of patients waiting 12 hours in the department. So all of the things that we've put in place, continuous flow, additional staffing, etc., actually, we've still got people waiting a long time in the department. And while we might have made better use of the space, i.e. some of those patients might not be on the corridor, they are still in the department for long periods of time, and sometimes over 24 hours. So I think, what I would say is, anybody would come in and ask our staff what has really improved, how do they feel about the changes that have been made. And I think in the context of all of the things that we've just talked about around the financial position, CIP, particularly, we have a requirement when we remove corridor care in October in our clinical service excellence programme that we will be taking staff out of our EDs associated with that. So I wouldn't want the board to get misled that, this is all a green action plan, because I think when we go and talk to our staff and we can see through some of the concerns that they are raising that there is still some dissatisfaction, I think, in their eyes around the progress that we have made.
Thank you very much. Do you have any comment later? She made very Jack?
I think I'm
sorry.
ready. So Jude's probably said 2/3 of what I was going to say. The third that I would add is it's August 2022 when the CQC came in and did their piece of work. So we are coming up, we are literally days away from a 2-year anniversary. And I think as a board, we have to be in the position that says, so when would we expect that? And remember, it's the safe element of Salford across the 5 domains. But when would we expect that element and any other associated elements to be good, whether it be a self-assessment or whatever else? And I think that's what's missing. So we're talking about shifting dials and stuff like that, but actually, when as a board are we expecting it to be good? And I'm just suggesting, Chair, that maybe that's a piece of work that if you take the factors that Jude's talked about, so the freedom to speak up stuff, you take into account the sort of integrated performance report and triangulate some of that information in. When you factor that together with the improvements that have been made, when would it be reasonable for us to expect either a formal CQC inspection or a mock inspection to be able to deliver a confidence rating of a minimum of good? And I think we probably need to, via the QPC, maybe just to guide us on that. And then I think we need to make a board commitment to that, Chair, if that's okay. So I just put that as a contribution from myself.
Thank you very much. And I can just come back to you on that point. I think nobody's under the illusion that shifting the dial means that improvements are taking place. It's about sustaining change. And I hope that no one is in this room outside leading on this improvement, on the improvement agenda, would say that we're chasing CQC requires improvement. We're chasing our own requires improvement. This is something that we're totally committed to. We want to get on the right side. We care for our patients. We want them to receive a safe quality of care and a safe quality experience. And that means not accepting a single piece of paper that a red has gone to amber and then hopefully to green. We need to follow and track those changes, follow and track the learning that has been embedded to shift upwards and understand how we sustain that learning. And it's a challenge to non-executives to be holding to account function. It's a challenge to the executive to hold the executive team to account for delivery of all of these matters that we're discussing here today. I think it's really important to say that clearly and loudly. And that is why I'm pleased that Julie, the comments that you've made yours. QPC will always do our best. The colleagues, the minded colleagues and exec colleagues are very, again, mindful of where our focus needs to be. But the transition isn't based on the FSP, it's based on our commitment to ensure that we are providing assurance to our patients that they are in good hands. Notwithstanding all of the challenges we've discussed so far, very impactful, but at the same time grounding, and that just widens our lens, doesn't it? So that's okay, that responds to your point. Can I invite Jack for his comments, please?
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad, Heather, you narrated the Salford ED and Jude's picked up part of the connecting question I was going to go to, which was around colleague experience and how people are actually feeling. I was interested in looking at the CQC inquiries, which is like, you know, a barometer, isn't it? Over half of the inquiries in the last 12 months from Salford. I don't know if that's something we should expect, relative size, or is still disproportionate. A portion of those relate to emergency care services specifically. Clearly, there are some lines in there that they do to the safety domain, whether they are in the ED or not. So I was a little bit concerned that we might take some forfeiture on that table. It references a 7% reduction in inquiries, but it's different as 2 data points. It's last year and this year. I don't know what the trend is over time. I don't know whether that's a trend reduction. So I just think we need to be a little bit cautious that we don't assume that we've seen a sustainable reduction in CQC inquiries. That just might be normal variation. And it'd be good, I think, to see how that triangulates with some of the other intelligence and data we have, whether that's from our staff survey or something else, which I know is routinely Heather done as part of the mock inspection data, but probably isn't visible.
Thank you, John. Reminding us of the regulation.
I'm going to go to Nikki and then back to you, Heather. Nikki.
Seamless, Jack. So I was just going to say I am doing some work. So I had some colleagues who left ED, some nursing colleagues who left ED, asked to speak to me. So I've met with both of them in person and listened to their stories. And I'm currently gathering quite a lot of detailed people data, so staff survey for soft ED, but also deep dive on sickness and turnover at disciplinaries, all those sorts of things, just to do some triangulating. Because I think to Jude's point that, you know, their experiences weren't positive. One of them had left without a job to go to, which was very sad. And actually more to do with how they were led as colleagues. So I'm just going to do some triangulation of data to try and create a bit of a picture on them.
Thank you very much, Nikki, for that update. Heather.
Thanks, Claire. Well, it is, like I said in my my presentation of the paper, it's not to be congratulated that we've gone from the bottom to the penultimate rung of quality. It's purely to show that we're capable of keeping track of that. Some specifics in response to Jack's observation of the inquiries. Yes, 180 is a significant amount. 47 of that, of course, was around one particular element, safe chest complainants, which pertains to 2 complainants. So there is some skewing of the figures, and that table is, I suppose, to demonstrate the burden of inquiries, and that burden, if you like, we can extrapolate that to the burden our colleagues and members of the public are seeing, because they are sending those inquiries to the CQC and they're coming back to us. So it's an indication of worry, concern. The team are showing what that is with some granularity and pointing to the fact that we are taking proactive steps to engage with that element of work. I think the fact that we're working, we have to work together to ensure that we improve quality across the board. Another indicator of the work that's being done by colleagues to improve that is the policy harmonisation. And despite best efforts, you know, we've had to push back our trajectory by 12 months. Some of the policy harmonisation hampered by issues outside of our controls. Our staff side colleagues, for example, being able to vet some of our policies really means that we have to ensure we're covering all bases. It's not just Salford ED that's under strain. A lot of our colleagues working along the emergency and urgent care pathway are feeling that and having to deal with things that we can't foresee, like context that we operate in. The interface with the public will be stressful for some. And the question about when we will get to green, I think it's one we will have to absolutely work on. And we will be well advised to follow the work that's been done with the Maternity Improvement Board, which of course we're in the 3rd year of a 3-year programme, and that's been helped by an external assessment of the work that we've been doing. So we can do that prediction piece. And you know, we will come back to the board and we keep looking to QPC to do the predictor of when we'll get to green and the grip and control to ensure we get.
But thank you, Heather. Thank you, colleagues, for your contributions. Can I also thank staff across the LCA who have engaged in this process and working really hard to bring us on the right side. And I'm really grateful for the comments we made about grounding us within our colleague experience. So thank you for that. Again, for completeness, colleagues, can the board receive the CQC annual assurance report noting the contents? Thank you. And receive evidence regarding the organisation's compliance with the CQC registration and fundamentals of care as described by Heather. Yes. At this point, may I suggest we have a break? Item 10.3, perinatal maternity services report, including the summary report on the maternity recruitment programme. And this is going to be presented in Heather and also Kate Shue, Welcome again. Director of Midwifery. In your hand.
Good morning, everyone. I'll take the report as read for the purposes of the meeting. And obviously you'll note that the report is in its new format. So at last month's board, we had a discussion around the new local maternity and neonatal services template for the new. This is for all organisations and maternity services across Greater Manchester and East Cheshire. So this is the first iteration of the new perinatal report, which I'm happy to take feedback on. And as we move forward in this monthly reporting mechanism, obviously the SPC charts will be added as we have that historical governance matrix, and the data within the report will clearly be updated on a 5-month basis. So I'm hoping that the board will get from that trends around our safety metrics, which I think is really, really valuable for you. Because whilst we report our outcome data on a monthly basis, I think sometimes it's much better for you as a board to see that big picture and see those trends over time. So that's the aspiration of the paper.
Thank you very much, Faith. Are there any comments or questions? Any feedback regarding this new format? Everybody's nodding. Certainly received warmly and much better in terms of detail and context. And you're absolutely right. In order for us to understand the threats and get above, beyond the curve before it becomes an issue, we can identify those areas where we need to consistently consider the governance arrangements to provide that robust assurance and understanding of what's going out of line of sight, but more importantly, the holistic picture. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. I think also the additional paper in terms of the updates around the maternity report and the progress that we're making on the recommendations from the niche report. You'll note that a number of the recommendations have been evidenced and signed off through the maternity improvement process, and we are on track to deliver all of the recommendations within the timescale stated. I would just like to say it's fabulous that we now have the new chair for the Maternity Improvement Board, who has started to have one-to-one meetings with key individuals involved to get that wider understanding of where we were, what journey we've been on and our aspirations for the future. So the Maternity Improvement Board will continue to go from strength to strength in terms of outcomes, that assurance through to yourselves. So just for noting around maternity.
Thank you very much.
If I could just supplement the Maternity Improvement Board presentation with 3 key points from the AAA report. So the clinical pathways improvement work, it does indicate an increase in costs and financial implication of the 6-week training program that needs to be in place. These are essentials for us to deliver safe service, and but at the same time, what we will be doing is scoping the financial burden that, putting it through a governance process for the line of sight or the link to financial sustainability. But no surprises financially. This is something, this is the finding that we do need to scope. And of course, in our current world, as it should have been ever thus, we will need to find where that money would come to source it. So go through our financial governance to make that more explicit what the financial burden is. And same with the advice mandatory training requirement there again, going up a bit in order for us to satisfy CNST. Associated costs will be clear about that. That be submitted to quality management and effectiveness group. And I just wanted to point out with some pride in the team that the Portfolio Assurance Office has rated the Maternity Improvement Board green in all areas of assurance, which is of course testimony to the work done by the team. And attendance is closely monitored as a result of that. And I do want to share, because it is quite important in terms of the niche recommendations around governance and professional standards, that it is the governance work stream where attendance was affected. And that's because of two things. Not a lot of people are on that work stream, so if the person's not there, I think it comes down to 75% attendance. But also, what's not done, it's not been deconflicted with nights, clinical commitments. So there's a working time directive impact that we've not really addressed. So we're looking to move the clinical government work stream meetings. But just to give you an indication of the grip and control of the MIP around very important elements.
Absolutely. Thank you for that further update in detail. Chris.
Thank you. Thanks for the report. Really to endorse what's been said about the Maternity Improvement Board. It's going to take us to experiences for me over the last few months have been around attending the patient's experiences, where we heard in detail complaints. Whilst we refer to the numbers of complaints, when you actually hear the detail of complaints, that takes you to a different place. And I wonder whether or not we can connect the mother's voice with the board, so that they can hear something in a little more detail, because we're focused very much on improvement, and we are seeing that. Must remind ourselves of the I think. And the other thing is the something that people will be aware of is the telephone access for mothers to be finding it very difficult to get in touch, particularly with triage. And I know that's something that we're aware of, but listening to the patient's voice, that's something that is a major issue.
It's really well made. Thank you for reminding us of the health inequality zones that we need to be considering in this conversation as well. I do want to comment on updates based on matters she has please.
Yeah, so it's absolutely fantastic that Chris is able to attend the patient experience group. It is chaired by one of the assistant directors of midwifery. And what's important, as Chris said, is that we do hear the woman's voices within that meeting. It is a meeting where all ward managers and the leaders attend. So again, it's an opportunity to reflect and think about, so what, you know, we've heard it, what do we do about it? What are the immediate actions? What do we need to do in order to ensure that women do have a positive experience? So absolutely, Chris, I think there is a space within the report and to feed more of the patient voice through. So I'll do that moving.
Thank you. And I think to supplement, we also talked about, as we do with the board here, having a patient story back to kick off the maternity. We have a mother's story or a family story, and this will help address some of the points you raised.
Before I go to Maria and then to Sue, can I just put on note a formal thanks from this board for your invaluable contribution to bring, you know, mum's voices, children's voices, everyone's voice to our discussions here. No, it's really important you do it so well. You're very compassionate and caring in how you do so, and you illustrate why it's integral to how we make our decisions, that those voices are not just here, they're impacted and action. So thank you, Chris. Miriam, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I guess I say thank you as well, and I really like the maternity improvement report because it's clear, consider timelines. But as I was reading through it, something stuck out for me in the advice section, which I actually think should probably be an alert, and we might need to be looking at it. So it's around indicate we didn't have any neonatal deaths in June, which is great. But actually following on that is it says the picture is very variable and actually there's probably a risk that we will not be able to hit the targets going forward. So to me, that's a big alert of something that's a big risk that we need to probably be doing something different about. So my question is around what do we need to do differently so that in 2 months' time we don't sit here with deaths in the neonatal.
Yes, thank you, Mariette. I noticed that as well, that it was the first sentence of that update was advisory, but the latter part was something that we are absolutely paying attention to. So the in-month reporting of that is variable, is what it's not the alert part of that statement. It's more the fact that we are not sure at this point that we will see the improvements that we made in by 2025. So we will have an opportunity to formally assess that, put an action plan, put it on the risk register and report to the maternity improvement. But thanks for drawing that out, Mariette.
But we need to act quickly if we think we want to be able to meet that.
Yes.
Taking this policy action.
So it is within the work streams, but what needs to happen is the work that's happening to use that to reassess the objective.
Thank you for that excellent contribution, Miriam, because it's really, again, important to be mindful that when variations exist, there's something that we need to do so that in order to understand why that variation remains longer than it should. And from sustainability and quality improvement plans, we want to shift it to a standardised approach. So we have the consistency that we seek to do as a care for our mums, for our babies and neonates after. So that's a very helpful comment. Can I read out the next one?
Thank you. Can I ask about the maternity accreditation process, the RAG rating tables though? Some of the standards have moved to green, but can I ask about the one that's moved from amber to red on safeguarding patients? Just give us a bit more detail on that and how you're addressing that.
Yeah, so the maternity accreditation scheme is new within maternity services. It's been established for a period of time within nursing. So it started in April, so it's a very new assessment for teams. And the initial was a pilot assessment, and then we've had another assessment 3 months on. Not all of the areas have yet been assessed, so this is just really a very small snapshot of where we are. We do expect some of the areas to move from different parameters depending on the assessments. But yes, we wouldn't obviously want to go from an amber position back down to a red position. And we've done quite a lot of work, particularly around the safeguarding elements. So one of the indicators that the team would look at is whether or not mental health has been discussed as an example with all of the women. And if there's a number of women where that isn't documented in the notes, then that would come as a fail. So it is very transient depending on how many women are looked at and how many women are actually in the unit at that time and how it's documented. But I think what I will say about the maternity assessment scheme is that we have seen significant progress with all of the ward areas that have been reassessed. And what we're aiming for is the ambition is by the end of April 2025, we will see the majority of our areas performing it, which is going to be a significant improvement and a lot of work to do, but that's very much the ambition, because what the maternity assessment scheme is telling us is around our basic fundamentals of care. So if we take the maternity improvement board outside of that, this is what we should be doing day in, day out as that platform. So it's a key area of focus for all of the teams and the board managers. And over the months, what I hope to see is that the board will see that transition from red to amber to green. And we will continue to praise that. Yesterday, as an example, our label was fixed, and historically they were red. So on their last assessment, every domain was red. And we're now in a position where only 33% of those domains are red. So again, a huge shift in a few months for that particular area. It's work in progress.
So while this remains red, is there a risk to patients?
So I think there is a risk, yes. I think if we are not ensuring that we are asking women around their safeguarding, and we're not discussing things like domestic abuse routinely, if we're not making sure that our staff are educated around what their safeguarding concern, there is a risk. What we need to make sure is that where possible, we are improving that. We are adding additional education into the staff. We are auditing to make sure that those questions are being asked. And if they're not being asked, feedback to those individuals. So absolutely the risk is there. But what we need to assure ourselves is that we are acting on the results that are coming out with robust action plans that have got key deliverables in terms of timescales as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Craig, please.
Thank you. Is it me? I'm sorry.
Thanks, Chair. So I think we have to look at long-term trends here, and there's been a sustained reduction in stillbirth rates. There's been a sustained reduction in early neonatal deaths, both below the average for Greater Manchester. This is a fantastic position compared to where we were 2 years ago when the maternity improvement programme started. We need to celebrate the fact that we have made those improvements and that your team, have made those improvements. And actually, I love this report. I think it's so much clearer. And what I also love about it is that it looks at the national standard. So even though now we are below the Greater Manchester rates for stillbirths and neonatal deaths, we're actually well above the national average. And where our journey is to be, obviously, to get to the national average. That's what health inequality and all the rest of it about. And listening to Chris leaving soon, and I think patient voice bit is so important in helping us to improve our services. And looking at the survey here, I thought it was brilliant that we got lots of Black and Asian women to take part in this survey, more than 50% of the survey. So whoever did that survey, congratulations to them, because I know how hard it is sometimes to get that participation. But now, now we've got those results. They're also telling a story that we're a long way from national average figures. And I suppose, sorry, there is a question here. My question is, our journey to reducing neonatal deaths and stillbirths to the national average, now we're below the Greater Manchester average. Where are we, and how do you feel about, how do we get there, and how long do you think it will take to get there?
So if we look at the Better Births agenda, where there was a target set for stillbirth and neonatal death and brain injury, the key deliverables by March 2025 that people would be at that national ambition. Having attended a national meeting yesterday and met some of the national teams, we're not going to meet it across the UK, and therefore new targets will be set and new targets will be realigned. That doesn't mean to say that as an organisation, as the NCA and for our women and families, we should not still strive to meet that. And some of that needs to be continued review, continued robustness of our processes, particularly around our governance processes, that if harm does occur, that we are very quiet and looking for those both human factors and individual factors in events, and assuring ourselves that we are both changing process, if that's what's required, but also cascading that to the teams and lessons learned will continue to drive that improvement. And that's the key area of focus, is learning from lessons, sure that we put things in place so it doesn't happen again. There will always be stillbirths where we don't find harm, but that still doesn't mean that we can't improve, because within that there will be a woman's voice, there will be a family's voice, and that in itself is learning. So I don't want the team to do is to take a step back and say, well, nobody's going to reach the national ambition, so actually we're doing okay. And I don't think that they would do that, because that's not who they are now as a team, but continuing to strive for those improvements and really thinking about what we do day in, day out to support women and families that access the maternity service.
Can I just respond to the add to the comments about by when bit? Not that I'm going to give an answer to, but to just point to one of the difficulties in doing that, and that's about staffing. And just to give you some numbers about maternity midwifery staffing, predicted numbers for students going through maternity for 24-25 training to be midwives, it's increased by 4%. Great, it's an increase. Attrition for midwifery in the same time is predicted to be 12%. So it is the one bit of nursing and midwifery where the attrition outstrips the growth of training. And if you think about the challenge now, and the pipeline is actually not very promising, one of the major indicators of being successful with this is staffing levels. And so that we have to factor that in with the predictor bit. And so the 12-month time period that we give ourselves to assess an improvement objective might not see us be able to answer the question, when will we be as good as or better than the national picture? Because the variables are, they're vagarious at the moment. We can't really pin down. But like Ben said, that's not going to stop us from being ambitious to get to where we need to get to.
And if we look at the impact that we have made and the trajectory that we've been on, it was the national average by March 2025, and that continues to be our ambition. And if we continue on the improvement trajectory, I personally don't feel that we will be that far off reaching that, which will be a real success and needs to be celebrated with the team when and if we meet it.
Thank you for that really clear answer, actually, and just I can't help it, but as Chair of People and Education, you know, we're talking about attrition rates. It's so important for our staff to be looked after, the wellbeing programmes we're doing, but also to have their annual appraisals. And I know it's improving in maternity, but I cannot emphasise enough every bit of experience I have. You know, if you talk to staff, you give them their appraisal, we have to keep our midwives. So we have got to be talking to them and supporting them through this journey. Thank you.
Thank you. It's the usual points to really well made. And again, thank you for reminding us all that, of course, improvements do take place. Our colleagues will really hard to bring on those improvements. But the sustainability is actually the attrition that we need to address, and it's not just limited, it is wider. So again, very nice to be mindful. For completion of this particular agenda item, Faith, can I ask you to speak to the increase in admissions to the new history, please?
Yes, of course. So last month we discussed some of our increases to the neonatal unit based on babies that have been admitted with respiratory concerns. So we went back as requested and reviewed all of those admissions. And what we have seen, as detailed in the report, is an increase in our caesarean section rates over the last quarter. That in turn, because babies born by caesarean section are at an increased risk of requiring respiratory support, has driven some of our increase in those admissions. What we have done within the report also is detailed of the 8 cases that we felt were avoidable. We have very clearly detailed what we felt the causation was for those 8 babies, which is really helpful in terms of both going back to staff, but also again looking at changing some of our processes, because those 8 that we felt were avoidable, we don't want to have a similar pattern moving forward within the next quarter. What we are doing is launching a specific piece of quality improvement work, which links into one of our CNST safety standards, standard 3 around avoiding term admissions, particularly focusing on reducing the number of babies that are admitted to the neonatal unit, specifically with respiratory distress. And the ambition is to reduce that by 25%. So that's a real target. There is a multidisciplinary approach, because again, that's really important. We've got our neonatal colleagues, our obstetric colleagues and midwives working on that QI process. And obviously I will keep you updated with reports on the progress of that quality improvement program.
Thank you very much, Faith. And absolutely come to the quality. That's good. Okay, colleagues, can we then sign off this item, please? Please, the very next quality surveillance reports. Thank you. Acknowledge the analysis pertaining the increase in admission of units. We just talked about, and acknowledge the progress with the maternity insensitive scheme in Year 6. Yes, thank you very much indeed. Agenda item 10.4, learning from deaths reports, and this is a high-level overview of the key issues from the period 1st of January 2024 to 31st of March.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it is. Good morning, everyone. This is our quarterly learning from deaths update. I will take the paper as well and just highlight maybe a couple of key points and then open to discussion. The first thing I'd like to say is we've continued for the 18 months, for the past 18 months, to see progressive improvements in all our mortality data. So things heading in the right direction, and I think overall we can take significant assurance from that. You will recall that as a board we've had some discussions in the past about specifically some of the patients in our care with learning disabilities and the mortality rates. We've done a little bit more work which was really useful to do, which is unveil that there is some education to be done in this space as to the differences between learning disabilities and learning difficulties, which have led to some confusion in coding. And when we have cleaned up that data, we can now say that we are within national average mortality rates for that patient. I think it's important to underline that for learning disabilities, the mortality rates nationally are higher than they should be, and that reflects some of the complexity in terms of their needs and the care that we give them. So I just don't want to take away from that we are comfortable with where the mortality rates are, but certainly we are not an outlier after having looked at the data. There's a bit of an action plan as to how we ensure that learning, etc., is embedded within our teams. The SHIMI rates for Salford, if you recall, had been amber in the past. They're all green now. So again, a reassuring picture in terms of where we're landing with that. We're commissioning a piece of work for some external reviews of some of the mortality work, etc., specifically looking at the changes in Salford, just to make sure that we capture the full scope of the learning from that and that it is sustained. There are some changes that are coming to medical examiner work and the expectations that we have of medical examiner scrutiny, and also some changes that are coming to certification of deaths. So death certification across the country is changing in September. So there's a package of work that's happening to ensure that the new certification is available to all of our teams, and that people are aware of how to use them and are appropriately updated. That's being expertly put in by some of our comms colleagues as well. There are some concerns about how the changes will impact particular deaths from faith communities and the requirement to release the deceased as quickly as possible. There's a plan to ensure that we have 7-day services. To be clear, that is not 7 days, 24 hours, but we have daily input from medical examiners, and there's a wider discussion across GM as to how we make that more robust, and we will monitor the impact as the changes are rolled out. From a structured judgment reviews, again, you will recall that we had several discussions over the past year or so about where we were, and we had some concerns about the rates of completion. And at some point, I think it's sort of mid 40%, which left us quite uneasy. I'm pleased to say that has significantly improved. Our compliance now is over 90%. This has come about with a suite of interventions, some of which are described in the paper, and we will be taking that learning to try and ensure that this is sustained, and it's something that we will keep a close eye on. And the final thing I want to say, obviously you have two reports in there. There's our board report, and then there's the external report that goes onto our website. And the one things I would extract in there, just in terms of ensuring that people are clear, there is a comment about delays in reviews from a child death review overview panel perspective. I just want to highlight that that isn't an internal delay. These are multi-agency, multi-professional panels, and so the delays are in terms of how we're needing to interact with and get support from external agencies. So something we're working on, but isn't exclusively within the NCA's control. And on the 7th page of that report, you can see the graph that shows all of our hospital outcomes in green. So very reassuring. I'll bring that to close and back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Ravi. Thank you also for addressing some of the concerns that emanated from colleagues. Are there any questions, points of clarification, comments?
I think it's just a bit of a triangulation point, because if you look at the shimmy aspect, whether in hospital but also out of hospital as well, that's generally in a pretty good position. And it's just a triangulation, I guess, with the conversation we had earlier about, say, Salford ED and some of the CQC stuff, and then also what we know, what the integrated performance report's telling us. And there's just, I just think we probably just need to just do a bit of work, because the triangulation just doesn't feel right. I suppose I can't say much more than that, but I just think it is something we just need to have a look at and make sure we're not taking a form of false assurance from what this data is saying on that. Thank you.
Jude.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, there was a conversation I think that I'd had with our Director of Patient Safety, Rafiq, some time ago now, particularly around those patients that are waiting over 8 hours in the emergency department. So if you go back to the GIRFT data nationally, that tells us that those patients who spend 8 to 12 hours are more at risk of morbidity or mortality in their stay. And I wanted to, well, my ask was, could we do a specific piece of work looking at some of those patients that have a prolonged length of stay within the emergency department and what their outcome is. And I don't quite know how you do that, but I think it is worthwhile pursuing that line of inquiry.
Just on that point, Jude, I'm pretty clear in my mind that I asked that question to board many months ago about the window. It's a very sensitive window between 8 and 12 hours, and 12 hours likely harm is greater. So yeah, I think that's a very appropriate request, and if it could come back to BBC, and then we'll bring it to discussion at the board, that would be helpful. Sorry, send it Miriam. Yeah. Miriam, please.
And I think mine is a build on what Owen just said around the triangulation. So we just went through the maternity report and the neonatal, and said there were no deaths in June. But I look at this and they might be different phases, but there's postnatal, neonatal, stillbirths. To me, that's all maternity, and I don't know whether the numbers line up. So I think it's making sure that the links between the different measures are giving us the right assurance. Really.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everybody. Just if I deal with Miriam's query, because it's almost the most straightforward. It is just different reporting periods. Mortality data is pretty robust in terms of just it's a very clear and hard endpoint. Our reporting there will always be a little bit more of a lag in this report than in some of the things that come through our report. So it's a reporting thing.
Sorry, Rafiq, I guess my point is that if I'm looking at one report, I'm getting assurance. I'm looking at another and not. And I think we just need to make sure that the two can tell the same story, otherwise we make conclusions.
So they will tell the same story, but at different times. So our following reporting cycle, if you like, from a learning from deaths perspective for the subsequent quarter, will pick up some of the things that you're seeing a little bit ahead of the learning from deaths report today. The report that we saw from Faith and Heather will look at a time period which we're not yet reporting on from a learning from deaths perspective. We'd have seen that previously. Is that answering your question?
I understand what it's measured. I'm not assured that I understand where we are, but maybe we'll take that away. Because to me, if I'm looking at maternity, these are measures that I'm looking at, and it's saying in June, I'm looking at something else, but maybe we can take it away.
Okay, so happy to get into that. So that's detail. What I'd like to say about the other points is the outcomes, whether it's CHIMI, HSMR, etc. These are the tail end measures of multiple things that are happening in the organisation and have been for a long period of time. I think while we can't be complacent and we need to do both the triangulation, understanding the data very carefully, the things that we can say is this has been a sustained improvement. This is not since 18 months of us constantly being on a trajectory and having brought, for example, outlier sites from amber into green, and that's clearly been sustained. A lot of work happens in the background to try and understand and dig into some of our mortality issues. So there's the learning from deaths group, and then there's the work that happens individually in each one of the services. And you will recall, if you look at the reports in detail, there will be alerts that come up which are very specific about, should we look at black bits of lung cancer or pneumonia and whatever. And so there's quite granular stuff that is then looked at, which gives us this outcome. The stuff that's happening in the organisation today, in terms of the triangulation point, we will start to see the impact of that over the coming period. So the bit that we should be vigilant to is, are the things that we might be seeing across the organisation going to have any negative impact on what we see in terms of details in data in the future. The 8 hours mortality data is reported nationally, and that's available. We have looked at where we lie as an organisation. We're better than average. But again, going back to some of the comments that we made earlier, is that really where we want to be? Is just better than average in terms of the outcomes. I think there is a lot of work to be done in terms of again, certainly our UEC environment and getting on top of that and then seeing what impact that has, hopefully positive on where we lie outcomes for long waiters in EDs, etc.
Thank you, Christy.
So I think there's still something, because the triangulation points, two of which were derived from today's conversation, but they are long-standing triangulation points. The performance in ED, and whether you look at the elements of the 4-hour target or you look at the elements of the 12-hour decision to admit or whatever, they are long-standing things that have run at a similar parallel timeline to when we would be looking at this data. I guess, just the thing that's going off in my mind is if you've got one quite significant thing, which is about, outcomes and mortality going in a positive direction, because down is a positive direction in terms of the shimmy. I think it's 80 odd factors that make up the 50 odd factors that make up the shimmy. There's just a bit then that when I think about, so what has been the 4-hour trajectory, for example, or I think of, well, how long did we have people waiting 104 weeks for care? How long did we have people waiting for 78 weeks for care? And look at the same duration. There's just something in my head that just says, even though it is multifactorial, as you talk about shimmy and stuff like that, there's just something that's just saying, I think if, and I don't know to what degree we do this, I should know it, but to what degree, if we had, what Jude said earlier, if we had a group of, say, Salford clinical colleagues or Oldham clinical colleagues, and we sort of sat them in the room and we said, look, this is what this is showing us. is it what you feel and what you experience? I'm not absolutely certain that that would align. So I just think this is a piece of work that we need to do offline, just to make sure that we can have a degree of assurance moving forward. Thank you.
So first point, this is the data is very robust, and that is not to in any way push back on the possibility that there is a gap between the data in terms of outcomes and the perception and appeal and experience on a day-to-day basis in some of our areas. But I'm very assured that the data we are seeing is robust data, and that the process behind it is extremely detailed, that gets us to where we are. To the point that actually one of the worries is sometimes that there is so much detail that contributes to this that I worry that when we at any point see some deterioration, that because of the level of detail that we have, the volume of data, it may be difficult to link it to a particular change. But absolutely, we should be doing the triangulation, speaking to colleagues, understanding that experience, closing that gap in understanding. And there's certainly some additional work that we can do in terms of understanding further our position on long waiters, and happy to bring that to QPC.
Thank you very much. I don't want to lose sight of what Maria said, because I think there's something very important in that, and I feel it's learning for all of us. But what we read and what we triangulate when we read it, we recognise we need to give voice to, because we must improve in how we present data with it. Because I appreciate the lag, but if we're reading one report which says assurance is this, and an explanation provided, and then it's counteracted with something else which is different, then that makes us want to question. And first we question ourselves, and then we have to go back on track and see what's happening. So we need to be more robust in how we present the data, and then after that underpins it. And you've given some really helpful explanations to some of the challenges that you have been addressed. But again, that was in the narrative initially, then we wouldn't have had. But it's for all of us to take away and perhaps consider doing that differently.
Just one last thing. If you recall as well, what we're trying to do is agree a date for a board development session specifically on this, which will give a lot of that context. Hopefully.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Heather, continue. Please.
Thanks, Chair. It's a specific point about what Mariette raised about the report for June, this report, and the figures presented for neonatal deaths. It's a clarification point. I saw that the graphs went up to the 1st of June. That might explain if the data set, and the data set is not going to cover, which is what Pete said. But it's just, I think, a future piece of work that Rafiq and I will take on is just to be clear about the reporting period of maternity figures and the death figures. But it's not covering June at all.
Just briefly, because I'm conscious of the agenda here. It might be worth getting, I don't know if you're familiar with the work of Dr. Mohammed in this area. It might be useful to get him involved in some of this. I've talked to you about that online, but he's done some really good board workshop stuff as well, just to get people to think about that. So maybe let's pick that.
But thank you, that's helpful. To conclude the section again for completeness, colleagues, can we receive and support the medical learning for death paper, which will be published on the NCA internet page by assistance of the public, and do you agree that we review the key forms and cases in learning for death paper? Yes. Agenda item 10.5, health and safety report update. Colleagues will remember that this initially went back to the QPC for further exploration and additional company in those areas which we have been to QPC, and hopefully has addressed all of the challenges around strengthening the health and safety report. Heather's going to present that for us.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief in my presentation of the paper because it's there in the report and everyone will have read it. I suppose just to give an assurance board around the falls, the most a predominant incident in Bridor. We have received a deep dive into patient falls yesterday, quality management and effectiveness group, and bring that to QPC in coming months. But just to say, we have received to show that there's not been an increase in falls with harm, and we are going to do a further piece of work to get assurance that the increase in harms, the increase in falls might be associated with increased risk taking in the context of the days kept away from home, where there's a strength-based approach to get people back to their place of residence quickly and to prevent deconditioning, part of which we might see an increase in assisted falls. Don't have that assurance yet, but that is going to be a specific piece of work. We do know is falls associated with harm. There's been no increase in that. Work is ongoing with looking at violence and aggression, and I am leading a piece of work entitled Trauma-Informed Care to Managing Healthcare Associated Behaviours, which was sparked initially to assess how we treat patients who are excluded from care because of issues. That is part of the work. But we are going to look at improved practices to address violence and aggression, both from and to patients, both from and to colleagues. One final thing, in the future, we will be triangulating this data with patient safety data and complaints by area. See what's coming through from September.
Thank you, Heather. Clarification, comments or questions, colleagues? No, thank you very much. Again, for completeness, can we approve the updated health and safety initiative and take any action for the next 12 months? Yep. Can we note the increase in violent incidents and see the updates and the newly Assistant Director of Healthcare Behaviour Management, which will be focusing on ensuring the organisation meets the violence and aggression standards with progress to be reported to QPC in September 2020. And committees requested future annual reports should provide triangulation of health and safety data with other sources, complaints, patient safety, incident reporting, etc. So it's just thanks. Thank you very much, Aidan. Agenda item 10.6, the emergency planning response and resilience annual report. Jude.
Yes, thank you. We are required to receive this annual report as part of our budgetary requirements under the Civil Contingency Act. It details some of the work across this year. Of course, what we've dealt with has been strike action, digital outage, whilst trying to train and prepare for other eventualities. One of the areas of focus for us really over the next few months is just to get our CBRN training compliance up, so that's chemical, biological, nuclear and radiological attacks, particularly in the Oldham and the Salford EDs. Our training compliance is lower than we would want, so we've got a bit of a focus on that at the moment. The really key issue is that we are working on the core standards now, so we need to submit our self-assessment against the core standards by the end of September. So I'll work with Ravina as chair of Quality Committee, given there won't be a board between now and then, to submit our self-assessment. That will then go through a process at ICB level to do some assessment of where we believe that we are. But we've got some independent assurance outside of the EPRR team to check actually our homework on some of that. Where do we believe that we've got evidence, or where do we believe we've got gaps? The area, each year there is a national requirement to do a deep dive in an area that's nationally mandated, and this year they have picked cybersecurity and digital, and so that's pertinent for us. As you will see in the BAF, we've got a risk on cyber and digital security, so I think the deep dive in that area will inform our board assurance risk from what we've learned, and that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Do you have any questions or comments, colleagues? No, so notwithstanding what you just said, we continue to maintain our kind of focus on the governance that underpins some of the key challenges that we've identified in this paper. And we look forward to further updates and further look at PPC committee at the end of this month. Thank you, Jude. Again, for completing this coming with me. Oh, sorry, I'm very sorry.
Thank you. Just on the cyber piece, on the back of the very recent issues with major digital systems that went offline for 111 services and others, NHS England themselves have heightened far more scrutiny around cyber, so it links very nicely to a lot of the work that Julie talked about. There is quite a significant consideration about supply chain management in relation to how organisations in the NHS particularly are ensuring themselves of the upstream and downstream supplier impact. What's really become very obvious across NHS England is that many of us are using the very same digital systems in different ways, not only in primary but in secondary care. And actually, there is not a single core understanding at the national level in terms of how those systems are being used and what the criticality of those are when some of them go offline. So there's going to be additional scrutiny coming to that particular focus for around our procurement practices, particular focus around our cyber. So it's very well in the work that we do on readiness. It also really highlights where cyber focus and cyber strategy becomes really critical. And again, we'll be working with Jude's team and across digital in terms of developing a very clear cyber strategy, which is equally as vital, linking that directly to what GM are doing, because we have a system level cyber strategy we need to evolve as well.
Those points really well made, and raising awareness about the consistency of how cyber security, fans and countries and confidentiality is very worrying. We need to make sure that houses are up to date, consistent and standardised to the point that it does turn the interoperability with the GM system, because those are our core partners. So thank you for that matter. And on that point, can we please, colleagues, accept and receive the emergency planning response and resilience fund? Thank you very much. Agenda item 11.1, people in education, disease. If you could kindly speak to your report.
Sure. Highlight. I mean, our main alert really is the sustained rise in sickness for 6 months. This is now at 6%, which is disappointing after we've seen, a steady reduction over the last 18 months. The increase in short-term sickness is the most significant increase in this group, and the greatest increase in sickness is in corporate services, which we think is likely to be connected to the change process, the organisational change process happening there. There's a focus on welcome back conversations, which we touched on at last board, areas where these happen regularly at lower sickness levels, and of course ensure that colleagues on their return to work get the support that they need to stay at work. In some of the points, bank agency we touched on earlier. I mean, I think it's worth noting that bank staff is cheaper than agency staff, and some of the reduction in agency may have swapped into bank, but obviously work is going on to further grip and control on that bank staffing. Time to hire from conditional offer has reduced to 20 days, but time to recruitment has increased slightly, but this may be again due to grip and control and whether we need to recruit. So it's not necessarily a bad thing. I think also worth noting in the risk area, in the risks we discussed, the corporate risk management report highlighted that Berry Care organisation has no significant scoring risks aligned to the committee, which is unusual given the people risks highlighted in other care organisations. We discussed whether the absence of risk at Berry is due to additional controls in place mitigating the likelihood, but we felt that Berry needs to really align itself to the rest of the NCA in terms of those risks.
Thank you, Christine, for very thorough updates. Colleagues, are there any comments or clarification or questions for this?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Sorry,
It's a point of triangulation really on the final point. Berry also doesn't have any significant risks with regards to QP's quality risks, 16 and above, which would indicate that either, well, range of things we can hypothesize, but I have taken that up with them. They have indicated that a risk rate of 16 is on its way. But just to give the board assurance that Hazel Nangle, the head of risk, is doing a round robin in risk meetings to just double check that the practice is as it should be.
Thank you for that update. Appreciate it. If there are no further questions or comments, can the board please receive the People and Education Committee report? Thank you. Under matters of escalation, the Equality, Equity and Inclusion report, agenda item 11.2, Nikki is going to present.
Yes, so this was discussed at People and Education Committee, but when we came to board last time to discuss this, we said that we would bring a full action plan back for board's attention. So you'll be aware there are the scrutiny on equity and inclusion is multi-layered with several different reports, several different frameworks, and several different requirements for action plans. What we've tried to do is put it all together in one plan. We have at the end of the plan that indicated which requirements it meets. So we are trying to keep a connection to those things because at some point they will have to be reported back separately. You will see essentially we are focusing. We've also included some up-to-date data in the report. And it all again at the end of March. You'll see from the Workforce Disability Equality Standard report that there is some really positive progress in that. However, when you then triangulate with staff survey, that's less positive. So we're not sitting on our laurels with that, but still encouraging that there is some positive progress. The Workforce Rate Equality Standard is clearly far less positive, so we know we have much more to do there. And I guess current events would potentially reflect that. Gender pay gap, we reran it, that's come down slightly. Some of that will take a long time to even out due to the impact of consultant pay, where the male-female split historically has been predominantly male, that is now shifting. And then we also ran our first effort on an ethnicity pay gap. The full reports of that aren't in here because the team are doing some further work on it because it flagged up quite a lot of things that actually needed to be dug into. So in our next quarterly update to People and Education Committee, we'll definitely be able to bring a further update on that. You'll see the action plan is broadly into three areas, one around racism, one around gender, particularly linked to sexual safety, and the third area around disability. Looking at it again in preparation for today, it's a massively ambitious plan and the capacity of the team, I think, will become a challenge. Nonetheless, they're all important things to do. So the team are on with those. In particular, staff networks, we've done some work with the staff network chairs about how we can improve those relationships and get them more actively involved. And that's already starting to bear fruit, which is really helpful. But and finally, clearly, we all participate in this because it is a requirement that we all have a diversity objective in our objectives as board members. My only request is that they're smart ones. So hopefully you've all got those, but that's our personal contribution to the agenda, but happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Nikki, for the very comprehensive there's an update. Colleagues, any questions, comments, points of clarification? Thank you, Chris.
Okay. When I was reading this, I was thinking about appraisal, how we are assured that staff from whatever background, executive, for example, receive fair appraisal. It's something in my organisation that we did a study. We found that people from certain backgrounds didn't receive the same level of box marking, which is encouraged. people from applying for roles because they knew that once they pitched up their application, their appraisal actually matching other people. So I think it's right that people have a line in their objectives to say that we have to approach this with equitable attention. But for those who are being appraised, how do they get out of that being held down because their appraisals aren't regarded in the same way? How do we know that's being done there?
So we don't rate our appraisals. You either meet or you don't meet, and there are very few who come through as don't meet.
I suppose it's that's what the narrative and the encouragement for other ones to go on to develop.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, the RES data historically and currently actually says that, for example, our BAME colleagues have better access to development than that data says that they're not, but that there is a recruitment issue in terms of people going for roles, and the data that we've got on that definitely says at 5 to 6 there's an issue. 7 to 8A there's an issue where the number in the population and then the number who get through to. So Rochdale have been piloting some good work on that, which we'll be monitoring the effect of. So we are doing so. It's certainly all our data and evidence suggests it's the recruitment process that is the sticking point, as opposed to things going against people. In fact, my personal reflection is probably when people are particularly if they're recruiting internally, often don't do enough actually to do an internal reference on people. We have a number of examples of people on problem children potentially. Certainly in our processes, the appraisal plays a very minimal part in our recruitment process.
Thank you, Nikki. Before I invite comment and then Heather to comment, can I just speak to Chris's point? I think it's really well made because the abstract she has given also underpins how clinical excellence awards, clinical excellence awards were inputted with data, and there is evidence to suggest from that process, which things into appraisal, that development opportunities, recognition and reward for staff were not consistent with a wider group of a cohort of people who didn't belong to certain ethnic groups. So I think it's something where the window needs to remain open and the lens needs to be widened actually, because you never know. We could be looking at our data, but for being not correlating data from other sources, which are as important to consider when we think about colleagues who don't stay in the organisation and seek promotion in different organisations. And when we do our exit interviews, are we always mindful of how much information they feel comfortable to share about why that is happening? And sometimes it does go back to the way that appraisals are conducted. And certainly General Medical Council have also done work there. So I know it's one for development of further sites, but I do feel it's something as a board we need to retain a focus on.
Yeah, so we've done a deep dive into levers because we did do some analysis of lever data, and BAME levers were higher than average and higher than the population in our organisation. The feedback from those colleagues was there wasn't anything specific about appraisal. It was much more about their broad experience and their line management. So their overall experience. We ran some focus groups with those individuals to follow up on what had led to them. We have the same issue for 20 to 29-year-olds are much more prevalent as levers. So exploring there, particularly with generational differences, exploring some of those. So it's all on our radar. I mean, I think I'm reluctant to put more things on our action plan. What I am clear on is this will be a rolling action plan, because I think if you think about particularly the anti-racist framework, there's a sort of bronze, silver, gold status, and there's something we need to keep reviewing it to keep adding actions so that we can keep progressing to the next level. So it will be a live plan. So I'll make a note had it in the pipeline.
And review is the operative word, so thank you for that, Nikki. Comment, please.
My comments about the action plan, as to hear Nikki, that it's a live action plan. I guess for me, and I'm on people and education, so I had the opportunity to see and ask a few more questions in detail. But I think it's important for the board to have visibility of not just what the action plan is, but how we're doing against the action plan. And this version is the plan.
Yes.
But it's not this is how we've done and this is the status of this particular action, and more importantly, the impact of the action. And there are some dates that have passed, and it would be good the next iteration of it to see, have we achieved what we set out to do with that particular action, and what impact is it having?
Yeah, and we've committed to do a quarterly update. This plan was it was due to come in July, but was taken off the agenda because of Purda. So yes, no, it's absolutely the intention to bring a quarterly update through people in education, but then so that people can see that.
Thank you, Colin. Heather, please.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to do a little bit of a link with this paper of last night's extraordinary Black, Asian and Minority Ethnic Network meeting, to which 308 colleagues attended, people from racially minoritized communities as well as white colleagues. And in that meeting, which was about 3 hours long, it was a drop-in, the colleagues described their lived experience, which absolutely reflected what was in the paper. Inequalities of employment, experiences, opportunities, allowances for flexible working were denied, expressing microaggressions being done to them, not knowing how to address it, feeling quite physically unwell as a result. And so for me, if we have an indicator or data to show that there's a racial inequality pay gap, that is just scratching the surface in terms of what our colleagues are experiencing. So, and the focus group that that was referred to, it was quite a small, tiny sample. And I'm just thinking that
all the ones who responded.
It is, well, I think that is selfish information, that the confidence that our colleagues have in this organisation to protect them is very, very low. And there are some lone voices trying to give people confidence, but people's lived experience is just that's not the case. The other thing I just wanted to say that the action plan around the racial equality improvement action plan, some organisations, I don't know how we are faring in terms of our board's commitment to that, whether we're behind the curve, whether we're further on than others, whether we're on track to deliver what's required of us as a board around that particular action. But as we stand here today, our colleagues, based on their racial background, they don't think this is the organisation for them. So just a triangulation with what I was hearing last night.
That was really helpful, and it is a triangulation, because one would expect all of those elements you described there would be in the appraisal process. That's their feature. So I think there's something to come back to there. Aziz, please.
Very sobering listening to that theme mic off. Very sobering listening to what you said there, Heather. And I mean, I'd really like to be invited to those staff network. I've been to a lot of the staff network meetings, but it would have been really great last night to have been present there, actually, to remember the board, to have heard some of those comments. Speaking to this report, I think it's important to acknowledge that this is the first time we've put it all in one place. Part of what we've been doing on this committee is that there were so many different things happening all over the place, that standards we were required to achieve. And this is the first time we have in one document, actually, I think Colin's absolutely right, and we did discuss in people in education that we now have to track this, and it's going to come back in 3 months. The Residence data does tell you how you're doing nationally in some of those areas. 50% of NHS trusts have no difference in employment of white and people with colours. You know, it's gone, it's disappeared. You know, so we're in the 50% where that hasn't been achieved yet. So there are places where we have a long way to go, and our staff clearly are reflecting that in the meeting that you were at last night, Heather. But this is a really important step in tracking it all in one place, putting it all in one place, and then tracking it in future.
Thank you very much, please. Nicola, would you like to final comment?
No, I mean, I think the important thing is to make sure that we're updating and tracking the impact. One of the challenges is that, you know, the RES is done annually, theirs is done annually. So I've been talking to the team about what can we monitor on a more regular basis to check that we're making progress, because otherwise you can do a lot and then still have to wait a long time. But also can't, you know, they haven't got capacity to keep rerunning the RES data because it's quite complicated. Also, it only comes back out nationally benchmarked once, but we will continue to look at ways to establish what the impact of the actions is. Lived experience is one way to do that, which is why we're trying to work more actively with staff networks to understand that.
Thank you, Nikki. So I think this has been a really constructive review of what we've had to bring these reports together. Of course, there are areas to further out. I would like to acknowledge the points that Heather made and the details responded to regarding a conversation that happened last night. It is very important that we not only listen and hear what was said last night, but we act upon what was said. And it is fundamental to the way this board works that we have a duty of care to be responsive. And therefore, this report in itself and within its entirety has the scope to address some of those key issues and challenges that were heard last night, and will certainly follow through on. Goes back to what we said at the beginning of the board meeting when we affirmed our approach and our commitment to hear our colleagues' voices. Can I ask the colleagues to acknowledge the updates on current progress and also read the action plan proposed with some amendments from 2024? Thank you very much. We have the clinical leadership development model. Can I pause that there and invite Louise, that's okay, to speak to the change portfolio? I'm mindful that we make sure that we can.
I need to speak to this. Okay, bit of double act.
Yes.
Around this. So just a few things. Just getting time to get to where they need to get to in their paperwork.
Sorry, agenda item 12.1. We're going to take the leadership development update for Nikki after this.
So we're doing the change portfolio on there.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So just a few things that I just wanted to make sure in terms of. So when we look at the alerts and the alert report, it talks about the clinical leadership model and so on and so forth. And I'm sure Louise may want to talk specifically, if required, on some of the assurance details, so on, if required. I'm working on the assumption that the report has been read, but there are just a few things just to pull out. There's a pack that sits with this, which has got 40 odd slides. Just in terms of just make some notes around, for example, on slide 5 of 40, which it talks about the strategic pipeline. Just a comment I would make about that, because even though it's not shown in the pack, each of those pipelines now has a date for when some of the scoping work will be progressed and worked through. There is slide 7 of the 40. There's a CIP office summary. I think this just talks about the speed that we're going at, because on that slide, for example, it shows that we've got a 31 million unidentified. It's now 28 million. So just to say to you that there's lags in this information, and therefore just have that in your mind around some of this. Again, equally on slide 9 of 40, there is reference in the matrix to Salford, I think it's currently about 43%, but it says in terms of the target, the underlying target that we've got set, that's now at 53%. So again, there's just movement around some of that data. So I'm just making a point of saying that whilst the board is getting this information, because of the speed of some of this stuff, there is just an inevitable lag on that. And if anybody wants to have a conversation outside about, we might some of that stuff, I think it's more about people also having access to the cost improvement conversations that we're having around some of that presidential data. Coming back to the key themes, whilst you talk about clinical leadership model, medical workforce and target operating model, from my perspective, I think the target operating model is intrinsically about the sort of benefits realisation and stakeholder engagement pieces. Some of that I think is pretty straightforward in terms of that is related to as and when, for example, the trade union elements are being cleared, and I think we're in a good place around some of that sort of stuff. But that sort of worries me less. What does worry me is the clinical leadership model piece. Sure, you may have some questions for Rafiq around that, but certainly that's an area of focus. That being said, one of the broader questions about this whole programme is the capacity piece, but that is one area where we have purposely now sought external capacity to help in the progress and the delivery of that. And we've had to go through approval processes external to the organisation to get the approval for that external resource. So that's just another thing that I would just flag for people, that when we're talking about capacity now, it's not just within our gift to say, all right, we'll make that decision. There is now a formal approval process that we have to go through outside of the organisation, but nonetheless, and you may want to speak directly to Rafiq around some of that. The clinical leadership model, for me, given the context of this analysis, is where we do need to give some attention. The other side of that, though, is it's very, very easy to look at something like procurement, for example, which is kind of like on the other paradigm of some of this. And even though it's a kind of a priority 2 programme, nonetheless, in sort of assurance terms, there is progress that's clearly been made there. And I think probably more relevant in terms of what I want to sow seed for is estates and facilities, because I'm pretty confident 6 or 7 months ago, if we were looking at estates and facilities, it wouldn't look like this. So as much as we wanted to have conversations and focus on the areas that clearly need attention, we've got to really make sure, certainly as a board, and we will do this in the change portfolio board arena anyway, and we have been doing it, is to make sure that we're asking the question of why do certain programmes work well, and what can we learn, and how can we share that learning. So I just want to do that as a bit of an intro, and I don't know, Louise, if there's any specific points you wanted to come to.
Thank you. If I may just highlight 3 areas, I guess, particularly in relation to item 12.2, portfolio assurance report itself. The first area to highlight really is just to respond to previous discussions that we've had around where to focus attention with respect to the portfolio assurance report. So we've used the matters to alert section within the report from the portfolio board to pull out 3 programmes that contain red RAG rated assurance criteria to try and sort of draw attention to those 3 areas. And as Owen referenced, one of those programmes is the clinical leadership model programme. As we flagged last month to the board of directors, that's now a red RAG rated programme overall, due to, again, at the time of the review, the absence of a PID as a clear reference point for the programme. Benefits needing to be defined, obviously the risk that they're not consistently understood and can't be articulated, which is really critical for stakeholder engagement, and also some evidence of activity taking place outside of the kind of programme board, which risks programme control. The second area I'd just like to highlight is in relation to the format of the portfolio assurance report itself. So in the scope slides, slide 3 of 40, you can see the digital infrastructure remediation programme sitting as a box just slightly to the side. That's pending inclusion in the change portfolio scope, but that was subsequently approved at last month's change portfolio board meeting. And then also, again, to respond to some previous discussions regarding the link between the cost improvement programme and what we see through the lens of the portfolio assurance report. As Owen mentioned, we've included some of the cost improvement programme reporting in this pack, so that's slides 6 to 9 of 40, and they're extracted directly from the cost improvement programme's SRO meeting pack, and that's the forum in which they're reviewed in more detail. And then the third area just to highlight is around the trend in insurance data, so specifically looking at slides 11 of 40 in the report. So that's where we can see the graphs showing the trend of the overall programme governance and assurance governance and delivery ratings. So the total number of programmes in the portfolio is 15, which is the same as last month, 12 of which have now been assured this month. It was 11 last month, and kind of newly assured programme is the financial sustainability plan elements of the digital portfolio. We can see on that graph as well that there's been an increase in the number of green RAG rated assurance ratings. But from a governance perspective, there are 2 programmes which are green RAG rated. That's maternity and procurement, maternity phase 3, I should say, and procurement. And from a delivery perspective, there are 3 programmes: maternity, procurement, and estates and facilities. But there also have been an increase in the number of red RAG rated assurance ratings. And from a governance perspective, we have 1, which is clinical leadership model, and from a delivery perspective, there are 3 programmes: clinical leadership model, the corporate target operating model, and medical workforce, and they're the 3 areas that are built out in the areas to alert in the report.
Thank you very much, Louise. Thank you. Colleagues, questions, thoughts, of clarification, comments? Yes, Jeff, thank you. And then Sue. Sue, you first, actually.
I go nice. Used to this. Louise, thanks for that. To what extent can we use the programme phasing and planning over the next 2 to 3 years to read across to help phase our cost savings within the financial sustainability plan?
Yeah, I think it's a good point. So I think we need to do that, and we are making steps towards that in terms of as something arrives at PID stage. That's the time where because of the way that the PID requests the information, that you're able to sort of phase the finances and the assumptions behind that and integrate that to either add to the FSP or support the substance, as what we were describing earlier. And I think that was in tandem with that informs some of the timescales for it. So I think it's crucial, and you know that you and I have agreed that for a finance committee action that will tie this in more strictly with FSP where we can, to align it as robustly as we can as that happens.
I think that would be incredibly useful, because I know when at the last finance committee when executive directors were talking about the various plans that they're dealing with in the programme board, you got a real sense of there was an awful lot going on, an awful lot to do, but it's kind of hard to read that across to financial savings. And I know it is quite difficult, but as we are now being required to provide more detail in our FSP, using those programmes would just be a really good route in when we've got decent PIDs. Do we have decent PIDs for most of them?
So for most of the programmes, there is at least a formation of a PID. I would say the kind of extent to which those PIDs are developed is varied at the minute, and we're trying to sort of get that to a standardised position. You know, some programmes require more of a business case approach, and others require more of a lighter touch PID. So whilst we're encouraging standardisation, we're also encouraging sensible approach. And from an assurance perspective, we look at that in a tailored way. So it's about, is the scope defined in an appropriate way for the nature of that particular programme?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sue. Vicky?
It's just, I guess, just for the board to be aware that the corporate Tom delivery status won't change from red. When we started corporate Tom, we didn't have all the programme management stuff in place, so we didn't do a stakeholder map at the start. I'm confident that all the stakeholders have been involved as required, but I haven't retrospectively gone back and done a stakeholder map. So I guess in case people are hoping that it will turn green at some point, I just wanted to flag it. When Louise and I discussed it, and we did agree doing a retrospective, decided it probably wasn't worth it. So in case people are worried that it stays red, I just thought I would flag it. It will continue to do so.
So, thank you, Jeff.
Actually, Sue made the point I wanted to make, but let me make it a slightly different way. This is really helpful in terms of the change portfolio. Lots of detail about projects within the programme, but those projects don't articulate how much contribution you're going to make to the financial challenge we've got. We've now got in here, in addition, lots of detail about how much individual parts of the SIB have to save in the medium term, which is fine, but there's no detail about the projects behind those numbers. Two need to come together, I think, to give us an overall picture of the extent to which we are going to be able to achieve our savings, which is our, I think, biggest challenge. So I think this is a step forward, but I think if we do what Sue said, get to the next stage, say, this is how we'll do it. I think that would help us all.
Can I just reiterate a point though that I've made previously? It's not quite a correct assumption to say that everything that sits within the change portfolio board has a benefit which is automatically cost improvement. So if you take, for example, the electronic patient record, there's an argument to say that certainly that'll be an investment conversation for a period of years in the context of an FSP. And equally, if you take maternity, I think there is a way you can get maternity to a cost improvement scenario, because again, if you go back to the constituent parts of substantive employee, bank and agency, one of the challenges that we have, both from a quality perspective within maternity, but also from a fiscal perspective, is that there's still a gap in terms of substantive. So you could engineer that out to say, well, what does that look like financially? What the primary aim of maternity right now is more on the quality side, patient side. So I just want to say that there are some things where if you take one of the sub programs which we talked about, which is procurement, I think you can make quite a clean thought process through. And to your question about, well, what would that potentially look like over 3 years? I can see how you can make that link. And Craig was doing a bit of an undersell. I think we've got one or two examples of where actually we can answer the question, what you've described almost now. But to Louise's point, there is some variability about the quality of some of those PIDs and the information you would need to feed in. But that is consistently getting better in each conversation. So there will come a point where I think these things will really properly align and we will be able to be quite granular. But I think, you know, Sue, from your experience and probably Tim as well, there's not a lot of these around in the NHS at the moment. You know, there's not a lot of let's go see where this really works. So some of this is we're kind of creating something here, but I can see that we will get to the point that you've just articulated. So I just wanted to come in a bit.
Thank you. So I think it's Lorna next.
So I want to come back also to Sue's question and to Jeff's. One of the additional pieces of work that we do recognise is when you look at a list, so on slide 12, you know, absolutely right, it's very difficult to see the linkage. What we're already working on with Louise, with Joe Gibson, across the piece is being really clear of these programmes that come through a change portfolio board, which are the enabler programmes, which are the ones that deliver measured benefit, and back to Owen's point, measured benefit might not be financial, it might be qualitative, and it might be more about people experience or patient safety or experience. But that derivative, that critical path that starts to allow us to paint the picture for ourselves and for the board, that shows what are those key work streams and programmes, which ones are the enablers that if we don't do our peril will stop true delivery happening, and allows us to start to pass through that. So we've started some early work on that between us. That will evolve. The other key thing for me is about, again, if you look at slide 12, part of the measure of assurance is, do each of these programmes have a defined set of benefits? Are they articulated? So one of the things to assure ourselves in Change Portfolio Board is, are they being done? Are they being captured? Now, we may not ever be able to see collectively the whole picture. There's a lot of granular detail, but that RAG status particularly gives us a traffic light system that says if we're not assured in each individual programme they're evident, we know where to go and look, and we know the questions to ask. So I think there's a bit of a triangulation, but that critical path now in terms of what are the enabler programmes, what are the true driver programmes, really helps us see how we're going to move forward, how it therefore relates to FSP, how it relates to our Vision 10 strategy delivery, because some of these fit to both.
Thank you. Tim?
Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, I find the AAA report and the slides kind of increasingly helpful. I suppose it's trying to connect the two narratives. I'm hearing in one set of one place, clinical engagement is minimal, it's missing. There's a lack of ownership of the problem. You look at the AAA report and the assurance slides, that doesn't get a mention. So it's almost as there's this whole piece of a lack of engagement, lack of ownership, lack of involvement, needing to have difficult conversations with clinical colleagues. And we've got the churning of the assurance slides. It's kind of that needs to be brought together, and we need to confront that. Need to understand the baseline of that lack of engagement. Because it makes sense to bring in external support, clinical leadership model, but it's kind of understanding the scale of the problem we've got in terms of that disengagement, lack of ownership. I kind of feel we're not there yet. Kind of got two sets of discussions taking.
It's very helpful. Can you continue? Some minutes are changing. I think it was.
So, are you still?
And that's
Aziz.
Because I'd like my feet to answer this, and perhaps Owen as well. And it's really to build on what Tim just said, and particularly clinical leadership model. When you read that independent assurance statement, it's very concerning. It's very concerning, and I think that it's understandable, a lot of this stuff, and it's fantastic that we have managed to get the system to realise we need help in capacity to do that, and that's fantastic to get that. However, as an organisation, this whole board should be able to tell you the three things, the three reasons why we're doing the clinical leadership model. It should be really clear to communicate to all our staff why we're doing this. And that's missing too, isn't it? We've got to get that messaging really strongly, because we've embarked on this journey. This committee's been around for ages, and yet we don't have those three clear reasons. If we cannot articulate to ourselves why we're doing this, an enormous change programme in the middle of all the other change programmes we're doing, and I thought we were having staff briefings on this. Did I miss the invite? I thought we were going to be invited to one of those, because I really wanted to hear what people were being told, actually, because we've got to have a compelling story here. I don't know, I say this all the time, but it's really true. This organisation that dramatically, then we should all be able to articulate the three main reasons why we're doing it, and the benefits that we have from it. And that, before all of this,
Thank you, Sis. Rafiq, before I ask you to respond, may I just invite Mariette? You may need to really respond to that.
Yes.
Would you like to?
So a couple of things for me, and this is no criticism. I know we are on a journey and we're learning. But I look through my notes and I look through the minutes of the meetings in May, in July, and we've talked about the same thing you've raised, Sue, around the kind of information we're looking for, the same thing you've raised, Jeff, and in August we're raising the same. And of course, I know we need support, and I know, Owen, you said we don't, have places where we could go. I think we have some experience in the room, so I would like to offer support, Louise, if that's possible, to work with you to try and answer that, because it's the same question in different ways around the triangulation of the money KPIs. So I'm happy to have some time with you to help bring something to life. I know it probably won't answer that question, but I'm just conscious. I look through 3 months of discussion on this, it's the same paper. So I'm happy to help. But I think the point is we take some tangible action on what exactly we're going to do so that we can try and close that up. And I think the same for the clinical led model. I read through the notes in July, the conversation we had in May, which is the same to say, actually, how do we make sure we are all clear in this room? We gave, I think, a set of feedbacks. Again, how do we get to a place where we can answer that question that you asked? Because it's quite important. Going back to the people session, I think there was feedback around people not speaking up. The sickness levels, probably there's some implications around kind of the organizational changes. How do we help with those so that we can drive some of those KPIs? It's really not criticism, but it's how do we see maybe a small group of people to say, let's answer those questions and help in some of those areas. So yes.
Sure, thank you, Chair. Thanks, everyone. I'll tackle the current reach model issues, I think, first. Just to be clear, Owen touched on it, but I want to elaborate on the capacity issues specifically. Capacity issues were in the expertise from a program management perspective to help us drive some of this. And that's the external capacity that we have now acquired, and it has been transformational actually for us. In addition, colleagues around the table will be conscious and aware of the redeployment of Alistair, Craig, also to spend some of his time focusing on it. So that's the additional capacity that we now have to move this forward. With that capacity and with the work that we've done over the past about 3 weeks since this latest assurance report, I have a high degree of confidence that the list of things that are covered here that are making up the ARED program will be resolved by the next program board, which will be the end of August. So a high degree of confidence with that. There's also taking on board the comments that we had in previous board meetings. We've agreed a board update specifically focused on clinical model for next board. That's already scheduled for next board to bring a more in-depth update as to where we are with the program and to cover some of the areas that maybe people feel like they're a little bit less connected to because there's stuff happening in the background that isn't always reported. So to bring that connectivity. The colleague updates, we've had a full period which happened about 6 weeks ago, I think the last one was. There's another wave of those to update the organisation, and that's going to happen in September and October. And we can make sure that non-executive colleagues are invited to those as well, so that they can come to the ones that they're able to. And we've now started a regular cycle of communication with the organisation. A second newsletter, I think it's just gone out a couple of days ago. Again, updating where we are and the development of it. I think what will be transformational from a clinical leadership model perspective will be the launch of the work that's related to the design groups that will be focusing on essentially giving us that roadmap of what is this going to look like with the briefings that we're giving them. That work is expected to start at the tail end of September. We're finalising the list of colleagues across the organisation who are involved in it, and they will be invited in the next week, or either next week or at the latest the week after, so that we can start that work And I think as soon as that starts, with the way that we're designing it, I think the organisation will feel a lot more connected to this. But overall, I'm expecting that over the next few weeks that there'll be a lot more clarity for board members who aren't maybe as close to the programme board work and for the wider organisation as to where we are with that. To make one comment about the clinical engagement with this, we do have an issue overall with clinical engagement with some of these issues. I think it's probably most acute in the areas related to our financial challenges, and that feeds into some of the impact that we've had with the medical workforce programme. And we're doing work around that medical workforce programme to bring that into the discussion, is having a bit of a rethink, which Craig and colleagues have been really helpful with, where we'll take a step back and actually recognise that this isn't a one-year programme, this is a multi-year programme to get us to where we need to be in terms of how we're managing our medical colleagues' time and ensuring that gives maximum benefits to the organisation. And so, again, that refresh, I think, will help with just ensuring that we have realistic expectations for what we will achieve in any 1 year's time.
I think what's really important that I've heard from colleagues just going into the afternoon, I'm sorry, related on the agenda, and that is that it's a real concern over the engagement of key stakeholder group, a lack of understanding about, as he said very eloquently, about the 3 key reasons that underpin why we are on this journey. I mean, working this way, what does the mirror view look like into the organisation? It isn't a criticism, there is an acknowledgement here that not frustration, but that we are limited in our line of sight of what that assurance looks like, particularly around the clinical engagement and how it's landing. And in the absence of clarity and information, misinformation will always drive change in the wrong direction, and that is not where we need to go. So how can we support you, A, to implement the model, recognise everything that you just said, but I do think there's an urgency in having the information you just described, again, very helpfully, for us to understand, unpack, and think carefully about, is this robust enough? Are we getting the assurance, the evidence that we need to see in order to know we're progressing in the right direction and for the right reasons? So I would suggest, I know that you're coming back to the board in September, it's probably too late. I think we need earlier of what's happening and the pace and understanding both the challenges, because there are key challenges fundamental to the implementation of this model that we need to understand and appreciate, and also support and enable you to have the right impact in the organisation so the message lands appropriately and is effective. And I know, Louise, there are many elements that you need to respond to. Actually, I think we perhaps as an action point, we need to come together, if we can, in the diary, just to consider all of the points raised, bring back the focus, ensure we understand the direction of travel in the way it is intended, and from that point, have a further understanding and confidence in the programme going forward and what that looks like. Would that be helpful, colleagues? I'm just saying that based on what we've applied.
There's no board meeting in September.
There's no board meeting. Yeah, so that's what I was thinking.
Chair,
Yes.
I wonder if I might suggest that,
Yes.
with Rafiq's support and other board members, that we use the development day on the very beginning of September to consider this.
Good idea.
So very happy with that, and obviously welcome any input from colleagues around the table. We are very on the 3, actually 4 messages, and actually yesterday we were looking through with colleagues just how we finesse that into a very short slide deck that shows, literally 4 slides. This is what the clinical leadership model is, and this is what where we are with it. And so I'm connecting those over the next couple of days. So what I can also do is just share them around with the board, so you have that bite size. So this is what we're doing and what it means. And we developed that specifically for this reason, a recognition of that and also recognition that we're also now having conversations with external partners about some of what's happening, so that we have one point of reference that helps us with this. So I look at them now, the draft version. We had a soft look at it. We discussed this with them earlier in the week, and it'll continue to come up. So very happy to share those as soon as we finalise what the content is.
Yeah, because it's really important for us as board to understand the impact of this landing on colleagues affected directly and those who potentially may be affected indirectly, and we can appreciate and enable us to move forward on that basis, which can only be a good thing. So we noted it for early September, and I suggest at this point we pause, if that's okay. Sorry that we have been delayed, but for completeness, did you want to say something? Okay, Ella.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just conscious of how this might land in terms of timing of the discussion, but it would be remiss of me not to point out that we have some plurality when we use the word clinical.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Well, I've been listening and noting, and it is not just one workforce when we talk about clinical. I think it's all of the groups. We do a disservice. We don't pay attention to how we refer to certain things. But what's causing me to say this is the issue of clinical leadership, and clinical engagement. Because I do know that some of our medical colleagues are perturbed by that framing. What does that mean? Some of our nursing colleagues are perturbed by that framing. What does that mean? And I think it underpins the call for the board for some specificity about some of these things. But increasingly, I'm seeing evidence that people are reducing clinical to medical. And that's something that I would say with us noted for nursing colleagues who are looking at this discussion, midwifery colleagues and AHP colleagues, that it is, we do mean, and I know we do mean it, but we need to act and demonstrate that we are thinking about all our clinical colleagues and all our colleagues in the clinical space. When we talk about clinical leadership, not just clinicians either.
Absolutely, and I agree with you that, and certainly when I'm referring to clinicians, I'm referring to this group, but also it needs to be represented in the narrative. It should be in the report and written in that way, and that they have the focus and with confirmation that you've taken this point. Okay, I'm going to conclude this particular point. I will hopefully.
Yeah, I just want to check. This is a conversation that's derived from the change board analysis. It's become very clinically more focused around it. Perhaps in some respects, the conversation we're having about the aspects of clinical leadership, I don't think we should be scared of that conversation. I'm not worried if you're frustrated at this moment in time. We work it through because it's actually quite complex stuff, and the offer of help, I think, will be gratefully received, and we'll just work some of this through. But the purpose of this paper coming here and the assurance is then for people to ask, particularly the SROs, of any comments or questions. And I have to say, I think there are aspects of what's in the assurance piece where I would have maybe expected some other questions to come out, but I'm just conscious of agenda and time. So maybe in that session in September, we can use that, not maybe just to talk about the clinical leadership model, but any other programs that people look at. And again, I would reinforce the other point I've made, that we shouldn't just be looking at this through a what's not working lens. The board should have an appetite to want to understand if things are actually working, what are the traits of those things that are working that potentially we could look to make sure are reflected right across the base. So if that's okay, I think there's an opportunity to come back in September, but I don't think it just should be a conversation about CLM. It should be a little bit broader. But could I ask non-executive directors to be specific about what other programs they would want to focus on in that session, and what are the key questions that need answering, so that we can have an inclusive agenda for that conversation, and not just people turning up with slide packs that we're having to guess what's the question we're having to answer. So let's, if we can, and I'll ask Jane to contact each non-executive director to get that clarity, because that will help make sure that when we have this conversation in September, we'll all be very clear.
I think that is also relevant to the executives in the room, not just for the non-executive director, because it's something the board is looking at collectively. And I think it would be helpful if we approach this as a partnership, because we want to get this correct a bit about Can I come back then to?
I think I just want to respond to that. I have to respond to that, because actually, because of the nature of the dialogue and the regularity, because we do have a change portfolio board. There are two non-executive directors who are asked to come to, and they do, and they contribute to that, and the executive colleagues are in that space. What's apparent to me here is that not everybody is in a part of that process, so you are going to get lags. I think you don't have to say that it's important for the exec colleagues to be, because actually I think they're already there and they would want to contribute. But from what I see from this conversation, there is a specific gap in non-executive director knowledge that I want to make sure gets plugged. So that's the point that I really want to make. Yeah.
Still invite executive the contribution as well. Notwithstanding what you just said earlier. May I please complete this item? Can we receive and acknowledge the update report from the Change Portfolio Board? And agenda item 12.2, thank you, Louise. Can we ask to receive the Change Portfolio Assurance reports and current assurance status for the programmes selected to be assured, which we'll have further discussion upon when we next meet in September. Thank you, everyone. For those online, we're now going to take a break. We will reconvene at 1:20. I look forward to seeing you then. Colleagues, please take your lunch. Colleagues, welcome back. I have been shuffling the agenda, so communication with me. We're going to move back into item 11.3 on clinical legal development, and Nikki is going to present. Nikki?
I am. This was talked through at People Education Committee, and there was a request because the clinical leadership model wasn't on the agenda this meeting to just bring this forward. It's really just here to give some information on the work that's going on in the background linked to the clinical leadership model. Clearly, one of the key things will be having leaders across all professions to be able to contribute in the new leadership roles. So this was really just to share for information the work that's going on in the background. It will be one of the design groups, although I'll need to pick up with Rafik on timing, because I think if we delay till the end of September starting to get this design group, it'll put significant delay in when we can go live. So but there's quite a lot of work gone on, so it's there in terms of information, but I have to take any questions.
Thank you. To make a comment.
Yeah, so I think just in respect to this, that there's quite an important phase which is called nominate and sign up. I think there's still a bit of work for us to do to really understand what we mean by that. And what I mean by that is this process of getting people into the swim lane or the lane of being the next generation of leaders who could work within the clinical leadership model construct. I passionately believe, in the same way those who might be familiar with the Chief Exec's Aspirant programme, for example, that there should be an open opportunity for all colleagues. There should be some sort of process which they go through, they apply for, whatever else, and then there should be some sort of selection process, and then those colleagues be put through a particular programme. That is not quite articulated in the way that some of this comes across to me at this moment in time. It's my job in particular to make sure that I insert that into this process. It's a different way of speaking to Heather's point, in that one of the best signal generations we could make is to say to the workforce, we are wanting for people to apply for the opportunity to go through the leadership development phase, which is something beyond what you might say is our core offer of the accelerated leadership development programme, and onto something more specific. So that's just a piece for me that I think we're going to want to do a piece of work on. I know we can't take forever to do it, but I think, again, going back to Aziz's point, this is a great opportunity actually to communicate what this is about. And I think we should do that. So it's not criticism, it's just an observation and about something I want to influence.
So that's absolutely what we're going to do. Apologies, I said to Rabina I'll keep it really brief, so I didn't cover all of that. That's absolutely, because it is also a great opportunity to identify leaders who may not be ready yet, but actually may want to do a role in 2-3 years' time. And through this process, we'll be able to find those people and start them on some of this development, but probably at a slower pace than some of the others who we might think are ready for appointing. So absolutely the intent, Owen.
Thank you. Jack?
Yeah, I was going to say something similar, and thinking about the purpose. Is the purpose to, as part of the selection process for formal leadership roles in the new structure, or is that part of the purpose, but the wider purpose is to generate increased leadership capability in the wider cadre of clinical professional leaders? Indeed, like the ADLP programme, are we going to similarly extend it to that with some colleagues outside of the NCA, colleagues? So, question. The other thing I wanted to mention, on to connect it to Heather's point about language. I mean, I like this. I've commented to. I think it's a really helpful framework, but I am personally still a little bit concerned about using the word clinical. For the reasons Heather described. When I look at this, I see nursing, AHP, MW, because it must be midwives. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm a social worker. Clearly. If I were a social worker, am I a clinician? No, I'm self-identifying not as a clinician generally, but I think I did a straw poll. Most people here would say we want them as part of the cohort. If I'm a scientific professional in our laboratory services, I may or may not be an AHP and these on those things. But the way we're framing it, the language might unintentionally exclude some people and send some wrong signals, and we have to be quite sensitive in our language. Comments I've made separately in relation to the newsletter we produced, which is really great. So, yeah, it's really Julie, sorry, it's really great. But we do sometimes fall in the traps of using language and framing, which is hospital and health centric, and therefore will send the wrong signals to some of the colleagues that we wish to particularly engage. So there's just a little bit about our language that I'm still a little bit concerned about. And the third final comment was just part one. I mean, I can't see how we have to deliver that. Yeah. And therefore it has an overall impact upon our implementation time scale for clinical leadership.
Yeah, so that's we can absolutely include the other ones. That's a really good flag. At this point, not intending to operate outside, given that it's specific, certainly the purpose in this was around clinical leadership model readiness. So it's intended as a programme. So if we have people out there who they might be in leadership roles now, but we've not given them any development, or there might be people who aren't in them who want to be in them. This is to help ready those people to feel capable of applying for those roles and feel supported, rather than wait until they get one and then try and give them some development to do it. So it's a sort of pump priming, if you like, people. It doesn't mean their development then suddenly stops when they get appointed. We will continue, but it's to try and help people feel more confident and ready to sort of put their hat in the ring, if you like, leadership roles. So we can absolutely pick up the the language. I think in the longer term, in the same way that we have offered accelerated leadership development programme places to partners, you know, I imagine that might come, but that wouldn't be our priority or something. I should say this is work in progress. It's also not the finished article, and it's going to go through the design group phase. So.
Bruce?
That's true. My question was whether this development programme will include the requirements for openness and transparency in the way in which clinical leadership and clinical governance operates. And I believe that merits specific focus because of the recommendations of the Green Report. Although what is about spinal surgery specifically and at a particular point in time, nevertheless did recommend more transparency in the way in which clinical leadership and clinical governance operates in practice. So I just wonder whether that would be part of the place.
It's intended to be yes. I mean, I think how do we create a thriving environment for colleagues is absolutely a core principle of our, and actually is in some of the foundation stuff in accelerated leadership development. But as Carl and Aziz will know, we don't have a massive proportion, particularly of medics. Quite a lot of nurses have been through ALDP, but for medics that's not the case. So some of that is in the core programme, but I will make a note to make sure it gets a specific slot. Makes sense.
That's really Jude.
Yeah, I know, Nikki, this is the sort of draft work in progress, but I think we need to build sustainability into it from the beginning. You know, we've done programmes like this before, and then, you know, they peter out. So something about how do you embed it in a programme from the start. And the other thing that's on my mind is when you look at it, you kind of see it as a classroom taught thing, but I think mentorship and coaching is a key part, and I'm not sure whether we've done that assessment internally of our mentoring and coaching capacity across current leaders to support newly appointed leaders, if that makes sense.
It does. One of the things that Julie has actually been looking at is having an internal coaching skills programme for leaders, and actually she's trying quite hard to make it not feel like a classroom. So one of the principles we've been trying to work to in the design is that actually there's more involvement from actually people like us as part of the programme, so that there is ongoing ownership that runs through it. So it will be more masterclasses, learning groups. There will be coaching and mentoring, but we are conscious that in terms of coaching capacity, that doesn't mean that we're going to train everyone and give them an accredited coaching qualification. But in 1 or 2 days, you can do quite a lot to give people some good coaching skills. So that is in there.
Repeat, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I think a couple of things in there. It's referenced in the paper, but actually worth drawing out that we're really talking about almost two parallel things. One of them is how do we become ready for the launch of the leadership model and the rollout? You know, how do you have that intensive focus on a group of people who will take on leadership responsibility when we switch to a model? And the other one, which is really, really important, and we shouldn't lose sight of, is a new approach to ensuring that we are continuously developing our leaders from identification and support through to them coming into posts and beyond in terms of additional support, etc. So those things are happening in parallel, and sometimes it's helpful to sort of view them as distinct things or distinct deliverables, I think. The other point, which is triggered by what Jack just said, actually, I think there's something about, so clinical leadership model is about bringing clinical leadership into decision making, and maybe we need a bit more clarification that is because we don't think that there's enough of that. That doesn't mean that we don't have existing leadership. So we have non-clinical colleagues who are running things across the organisation. And it is not a zero-sum arrangement. It doesn't mean that when you have clinical leadership that all of a sudden all the non-clinical leaders go off and do something else that isn't related to the direction leadership for the organisation. So I think it's important that we follow the clinical leadership model. But when it comes to leadership development, so this is a leadership development program. It is not a clinical leadership development program exclusively. I think that's what we need to get our heads around, which actually we will have clinical and non-clinical leaders looking after things for us in the organisation today, and they will all probably need some sort of development anyway to look at how they move forward in a new model, and that is completely inclusive of all.
Thank you, Rafiq, and thank you, colleagues, for your contributions. I'm going to close with Chris and then ask Nikki to respond. Chris?
Thank you. When I was reading this, certain things came to my mind, but following the conversations that we've had today, I think that when we're looking at the overview, what needs to come out perhaps more clearly is what we are going to do to improve leaders' attitude and approach to equality and diversity and inclusivity, because I don't think it's specific enough within that overview, and how that relates to our values. I think it also important for us to give leaders the tools to facilitate, to diagnose and take ownership of issues, because you know, I get the sense sometimes that they wait for people to tell them that. And so I think giving leaders the tools to do that themselves is really important. In a leadership program, I always find it's very helpful to have some evidence of it being put into practice. So what are they going to do with the learning, and how can they evidence that they put it into practice? And I think that's helpful when we're looking for going through a recruitment, to be able to connect what they've learned, what they've done with them, and then be able to discuss it through a recruitment process. So actually tying in their recruitment standards and values with this leadership is very helpful. I think that's it.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah, so just for the evidence point, our leader revalidation process will kick in the next month. So people who originally went on the first ALDP programme some time ago, they will have to provide evidence and things against the leadership pledge that people sign up to through that programme. So that will absolutely be part of it. As time progresses, we will then be able to actively use that as part of the recruitment process, to say, you know, you need to demonstrate what you've done. Yeah.
Thank you everyone. Really helpful and insightful discussion there. Hopefully all of those actually be picked up and reflected in the minutes, but it is important to have the follow through. As Nikki said, this is an iterative process, so I'm very much mindful that this is work in progress and it will capture. So there's very key comments of the work with my colleagues. Going back to metrics and evidence, that's very important, as is the buy-in, but also their effectiveness as a leader. How will they evidence that once they've been through the programme? All of these things, I'm sure, will collate and strengthen the plan even further. Thank you, Nikki. So again, colleagues, for completeness, can we confirm that we have received and commented on the plans that we are developing to support the development of clinical leaders as part of the overall culture? I think Jack's point about multi-professionals and officers meetings there as well, actually. Yeah, points very well made. So we're back on track nearly. We are now at the BREEAM recommendations oversight group. That's item 13.1. Where Rafiq is going to see.
Thank you, Chair. So this is just an update from BREEAM recommendations oversight. The meeting was our second meeting and took place in July. And again, we'll take it as read and just highlight a couple of important points. First, you have an alert there which gives you the total number of patients who have been in touch with us since the release of our two reports. There's a total of 36 patients who have been in touch. All of those patients have had contact from us, and we have now secured the services of two external reviewers who will be undertaking those reviews on behalf of the organisation to include them. There's been scoping of all the notes that are available for those patients, and we know that there are 32 where we can do an in-depth review for them, and so that is starting shortly. and patients who have required some sort of clinical assessment in the meantime while we do the in-depth review of their long-term issues, have either had those done or have had them scheduled. And we can update on that. We would anticipate that this piece of work, we think, will take us approximately 6 months to complete. There is a possibility that that shifts either way, and that's partly related to, obviously, before we do or start the reviews, the individual reviews, it's difficult for us to anticipate how complex each case may be. So that might shift either way, and we can updated. Otherwise, work streams are up and running for the group, and their colleagues around the table who have been involved. I think the meetings are very positive meetings, and there is good engagement. And I'm very flattered by some of the input and some of the feedback that we've had in terms of how it's going. If you recall, last time there was a bit of a discussion around the frequency, and is quarterly the right frequency. So we've had that discussion. We will continue on a quarterly cycle, keeping in mind that certainly for the first quarter, we've had an additional meeting, and we'll keep that under review. Back to it if we feel like the progress isn't at the pace that we would like it to be. And the final thing just to point out is there's a bit of a gap in terms of the articulation of the risk related to this on our risk register. Which is being managed at the moment, so articulating that risk and making sure that it's appropriately submitted on datas, etc. So there's the right visibility. And I'll pause there and welcome any questions.
Thank you very much for that. Thanks. Are there any comments or questions, colleagues?
Just a clarification. The 36, are those related to the spinal injuries or the different cases, and this potential that it might be something else that needs looking to an idea?
So the 36 are all patients that have been at some point looked after by the spinal surgeon in question. Now, whether they have long-term issues that are or aren't related to that specific interaction is what the reviews theoretically should say.
It's still related to the sense.
Yes.
Any further comments or questions? This remains as a substantive area for the board. It's a very important week. Please advise our colleagues and our patients. I'm sure that you will notice anything in interim that emerges that we haven't had slides about, so that we make sure that we are responsive according to everything, but also other elements which may occur as part of the feedback review process. Thank you very much indeed. So again, for completion, colleagues, the board of directors is asked to receive and acknowledge the report from the brief recommendations of that group. Thank you very much. Agenda item 41, research and innovation. Can I invite my colleague Robin to please give her report in her capacity as the chair of the board research.
Thank you, Chair. So that I assume the report is read. We've had a presentation at the meeting from a couple of people from Health Innovation Manchester, and just a quick summary of the key points is that Health Innovation Manchester has been in place for about 7.5 years. During that time, it's matured into leading on the digital transformation agenda and the development of key Greater Manchester assets, and they're very keen to build more strategic relationship with Greater Manchester trusts. And there were really healthy discussion about what we can do together and how we can enable each organisation to move forward with our objectives. We had a number of updates at the meeting, and they're listed there, so I won't call them out. One of the things you'll see under advice is that this is a quarterly meeting, and there are a number of items and subjects that come through to the committee, and we're seeing that number increasing. So we're looking at possibly in the future, looking at TOR and the scope of what should come to the committee. And I will raise that at the meeting of the subcommittee chairs initially and see where we go from there.
Thank you for that update. Are there any comments, clarifications, questions? No, I think the research and innovation is, important job. I'm reminded of the comment you made in your report around sustainability of funding, long-term funding projects. I think that's a concern for us, and we need to address it. Heather.
I'm sorry about my lateness in pressing the button.
I didn't look at you, look your way.
I know there's a live issue about the CCRN, the Clinical Care Research Network, and it's related to funding. It's not specifically brought out in the AAA report, but the significance of that risk is that it, with one fell swoop, I suppose, it eradicates the leadership attention to non-medical research. And I know there's a historical context to it. I also know that there are live discussions with Ruthie and Heather Hill-Smith, Professor of Nursing, to come to some arrangement of funding. I'm not seeing it in this report. I just wondered if it is logged by the committee, and
it's logged in that it's gone to, or will go to, if it hasn't already gone to, the Charitable Funds Committee for consideration for the funding. And at the last board meetings, I actually raised that it was noted that that came up at a previous R&I committee, and that we needed the charitable funds to respond to that request and let us know whether we have an opportunity there that can be supported or not, and then we've got a different challenge on our hands. Thank you, Heather.
Any further comments, colleagues? No. Jeff, sorry, back to you.
Just from that point, to complete the circle, charitable funds we have discussed it and said they are more than happy to receive an application. So,
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And so again, colleagues, for completeness, we have received and acknowledged the update report from the Research and Innovation Committee. I am looking up at you just to make sure you're not in your meeting. Thank you very much. Okay, matters for explanation, agenda item 42, the digital strategy. Lorna?
So I'm delighted this is the first time actually that the MCA has existed and we have brought a digital strategy to the board. While there have been previous digital strategies for both Pennine Care and Salford Royal, we have not actually had one for the Northern Care Alliance before, so this is quite an important document. And I'm going to take it as read, but I just want to thank colleagues, non-execs and execs. We held a development workshop on the digital strategy a few months ago to talk through in detail the positioning of this. And this is not about driving strategy forward, this is about enabling the organisation to transform. And this is a reflection of as we brought the Northern Care Alliance together in back end of 2021 formally, we still have quite a mixed economy of digital systems and technology and paper and people processes across our organisation that are largely still aligned to the original Pennine Care and Salford Royal environment. In support of our FSP, in support of where we need to go from a cost improvement and addressing our deficit and actually delivering against our Vision 10 and our mission, enabling and making sure our digital footprint is really fundamental to that. And really underpins and helps us move into more of a transformational world. Digital strategy itself sets out a strategy for the next 7 years. There's a very key focus in this. This is a live and iterative strategy. We will keep refreshing this as we move forward. But the initial years are all about foundational delivery, about getting the basics right. They help us streamline. They particularly help us ready towards an electronic patient record, without which we cannot build on top of essentially a little bit of a sandy shore right now in terms of our digital footprint. In terms of how this underpins Vision 10, we have defined a clearer strategy aligned to saving lives, improving lives, and how digital underpins that, linking to all of the ambitions in our Vision 10, all 6 of them, and key deliverables that we expect to do. On the back of this strategy, we'll be working out a more detailed delivery plan that focuses on our core infrastructure, focuses on our application delivery and our migration, and EPR becomes a really key part of that. We also recognise that we've got 20,000 colleagues where some of this will have a direct benefit to them in terms of how the world will feel for them as we move forward. So we're already looking at working with Julie and her colleagues and other colleagues about how we develop and build a communications plan to make sure we're publicising this at the right time to the right people. We have many stakeholders, not only internal but external stakeholders. In the context of Greater Manchester, there is an existing Greater Manchester digital strategy. That sits across the piece and has a very clear vision to try and align and bring services together, not so different from what Vicky talked about earlier in terms of HR colleagues working together. There is active work to think about how we align and think about digital shared services for the system. We also recognise that Health Innovation Manchester can play a key part in this. They have an innovation arm, which we do not internally. And again, we've already been talking through our RI committee about how we can work more closely with them at a strategic level in terms of how they can help us visualise some of the more innovative activities related to whether it's robotics processing or AI in particular, where we today may not have the technology that allows us to quickly switch something on. It also links to NHS England's ambition in terms of how digital becomes again a key enabler across the NHS. So it is a long document. We have tried to set it out so that it is accessible to colleagues at any level to read. It is not about technical widgets. And we will continue to evolve this and through a communication plan, share it with the right people. But our goal is to be able to talk to a cleaner, porter, a patient, as well as a medic or an AHP, and that feels something that's real to them about what they can expect. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorna, for a very comprehensive introduction. Can I just ask the colleagues to focus on what is the ask of the Board of Directors today, and that is we approve the digital strategy, acknowledge that the delivery plan we developed in support of this, and support the development of the communications plan and publicise the strategy. Maybe we could consider those questions while we're asking more points of clarification, please. Thank you. So open for questions, I think. Jude?
Yeah, thanks, Lorna. I think it's great. I'm on, like the deliverables in you, which helps us track it. I guess the question is, you can see the efficiency opportunity in there. There's a question about our resource to deliver the strategy, both digital teams, physical, workforce capacity and capability, but also financial resource to deliver the strategy, and you can't quite see that teased down. So I don't know if you've got any sense of beyond the PR, there's a number of other things in there.
Yeah, I can give you a great example. So today, our service desk in support of 20,000 users takes on average about 9,000 packet calls a month. So if something is broken or I need access to something or something needs assistance. With some of the incident remediation work that is defined in the strategy as a foundational fix the basics, we're already anticipating we could actually take out 30% of that demand. And 30% of that demand is significant. We've got 14 people on our service desk currently. That's colleagues that we are asking to man phones and react to fixing somebody's problem. I'm sure they would be delighted to exist in a future world where they're not being asked to fix somebody's problem, but actually helping us deliver new innovation and changes. So we know that there's opportunity, even just in the early remedial works, to free up capacity. What we also expect, however, is that we've got to strengthen our working with partners and particularly use that not only across GM in terms of how can we share resource, but also our big suppliers. We've got considerable spending with some of these suppliers. They provide core services today, but not at strategic level. But absolutely, we will always be constrained by some degree of resource, and prioritisation across the organisation will be really key for us.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Mine was more built on the conversation from the board session, which was great. I think on slide 9, you articulate the ambitions, the vision statement, and the initiatives. I think one of the areas we had a discussion around was being clear around the key outcomes and the measures of success. So I know we talked about safety. It's called out here, but it'd be good to understand what does that mean. Some clear metrics on what efficiencies are we going to see, because there's a big portfolio of things that need to happen here. Craig's pass is quite small, so I think we need to be clear on why what we're choosing to start with. I know it's a journey, but what are we choosing to start with, because we are clear what the outcomes are. Of course, we might prioritize safety, even if there's no financial benefit, but I think being clear on those, what clear outcomes they are, productivity, safety, and quantifying those would be really useful while we make the different trade-offs.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, this is a strategy that sets out a vision and a direction we want to travel in. Underpinning this, detail of the plan and what we do and why we do that becomes really critical. And really, it's in the plan and the delivery of that we need to get into what's the measure of success, what's the outcome. We're really clear, and back to June's question, you know, I don't have the resource to do activity on things that will not derive value. So that linkage between the what and the why and what do we get as a result of that becomes really critical in the delivery of it. But I agree, we need to work into the detail around it.
Yeah. Is it Susie? Sorry, the light.
It's in between us. I think this is a really clear strategy, really explained really simply, actually. You know, and I think you know, on page 12, single digital function, single user experience, cloud first. That's really clear, that. And in terms of single user experience, I'm really pleased about the focus on everybody needs to be able to log on to get the good Wi-Fi. That is, if you walk around and talk to people, the number of times you've heard about Wi-Fi is amazing in an organisation like this. So that focus and that in terms of communicating that to staff, that is the most important thing to most people. It's like I can use the systems I'm meant to use. I've got somewhere to log on, and I'm really pleased to see that's really front and centre of what you're doing, as well as the huge ambition to do everything else. AI is mentioned sort of a lot later on, and I just sort of, my question is, you know, there's a lot of talk about AI, some of it's low rubbish actually, but actually it is being used in a lot of areas of not just medical, but HR, finance, admin, and I felt there was a bit there that needed a bit of meat on AI, because, you know, for instance, could we work with the NHS? Do they want a hospital to work with to develop a particular sort of AI to do this? Is there something happening at Manchester University or Salford University with AI and medicine that we can partner with? You know, I just think in terms of some ambitions of wanting to work with people, you know, to be at the forefront of that and to put our hands on and say, we want to take part in this trial of this thing where funding will come, and, you know, I just thought a bit of that was a bit more on that.
So you're absolutely right that there's quite a lot of work happening already across NHS England. So great example is Microsoft working heavily with NHS England and with other providers, not only the GM but across the nation. We've had a number of workshops already with Microsoft specifically about how could they work with us. So Nikki and I were on a call the other day about how can we use AI now to think about how we automate services for colleagues for once you've completed your recruitment process, the onboarding piece, and how you might be supported in your journey in terms of queries to HR business partners right now, for instance, using chats and various other services. So we're very mindful of that. We've also just drafted an AI policy, which will come through our formal governance at some point in terms of, you know, setting out the guardrails for this, because AI has a risk in terms of sprawl. And actually, as an organisation, we have pockets that are already starting to use this. Now, we may not all know about those pockets. So again, we're trying to make sure we service those across the organisation and be really mindful about the how and the what. The other key thing that we are already exploring with some of June's colleagues and other colleagues is how we can bring private clinical practice experience into our organisation. So we've got use cases already where consultants are using AI today to transcribe notes in a one-to-one consultation. And we're really interested about how we might turn that into a proof of concept. The watch point for us is our digital systems today may not be fully compatible with that. So there's a balance of our ability to interact and write back into our existing systems, and therefore there's a consideration about patient safety, patient harm, in terms of making sure that whatever technology we find of interest, we can actually make sure that we are doing that in a very careful and controlled way. So there are pockets of opportunity. You're right, the strategy is light on that. One of the big feedbacks from across this organisation, from just my wanderings around, is don't tell me about a new robot you're going to give me, tell me how I can log on. So I think there's some foundational stuff to demonstrate that we can add value in by getting these basics right. And then, as I say, this strategy will become iterative, so we can then strengthen the more innovative part of it, because that is the exciting stuff.
Thank you. Sis. Great.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to echo the comments on the document. I think it's really clear. I really like the format and describing something that's very complicated in even the slides that we've got. It is a huge task, so appreciate the clarity on it. I do think, you know, as we've alluded to though, that we're all in this together. This is a huge piece of work across the whole organisation. And in some parts, there's technical aspects to this, but there's cultural aspects to this. And with the cultural aspects, we will all have to get our shoulder to the wheel on this, where we cannot allow what we describe as old ways of working to continue as we move into the new digital way of working. And we suggest not only from a point of view of a patient safety, but also from a financial point of view, we can't double run anything. And we need everybody, as we move to FBC stage, to be fully engaged at board level and at service level in what we are going to work together on in terms of releasable costs. And we'll have, you know, fuller detail on that and be monitoring that through the change portfolio board for the assurance on that. So yeah, work to be done on the FBC detail, but I think this is a really, really good document. Thank you.
Yeah, that speaks to the latter request from the public, how we communicate this and we make it relatable to everyone in the organisation so that we understand its purpose, but also their responsibility to engage in strategy. Thank you, Craig. Jeff, I'm really sorry, your light was hiding behind you as I couldn't see it.
Look, I've seen a lot of digital strategies over time. This one is particularly clear, particularly well written, so well done. I really welcome the relationship with Health Innovation Manchester through the Research and Innovation Committee. Yeah, we shouldn't underestimate their ability to access private sector and government funding for innovation. That be time well spent, I think, working on that relationship. I also welcome the move towards shared digital services across Greater Manchester trusts. So it's one thing getting a single digital service for the trust. Once you get that across GM, the unit cost for numbers plummeting down. I think that's the way to go. So excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Laura, any final comments?
No.
Excellent. So then, colleagues, on the back of that very helpful and insightful conversation, very constructive, I think, and you've heard from all of us, it is very well written, very well structured, and we are delighted that you're giving coherence to the language of digital in a way that is meaningful to especially myself, obviously. So we move then, colleagues, as for completion to the recommendation to approve the digital strategy for the NHS, and to clear your voices, vote for calls a really important exercise. So a yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. Acknowledge that the delivery plan will be developed in support of this, and that underpins some of the governance arrangements and how we ensure that we're on plan and we're meeting all the objectives that we've set for ourselves. Is that also agreed?
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah. And support the development of the communications plan to publicise the strategy. If we don't do that correctly, we don't have engagement and we won't deliver the whole plan. So that's also very important. Agreed, colleagues?
Yep.
Yes. Thank you very much. Fine. We move then to charitable funds. Agenda item 15.1, and this is in Jeff's hands because he's the chair of the.
Chair, I think what's read, there is one alert that the charity has net relevant liabilities. It means that our cash balances owed to us doesn't meet our liabilities. Just to reassure the board that that is a cash position and it's temporary in the sense that the liabilities won't all materialise for a number of months yet. And in the meantime, we will continue to raise the income. And indeed, at this meeting, we agreed the income target for the year, which is 700,000, which is net of the costs of running the charity. So we should be fine. And over and above all that, we have net assets of over £500 anyway. So that position shouldn't be too concerning. one thing that we touched on at the meeting, which isn't recorded in this report, is our investment policy. And we have an existing principle of not allowing our funds to be invested in organisations which are injurious to health or life. So we won't invest in organisations that manufacture cigarettes, for example, or alcohol or arms. And we discussed whether we might want to extend that now to organisations that may exploit their staff. So we've asked the team to look at that, and we'll come back to the board if we decide to implement that change. Two final points. We discussed at the meeting the first draft of the annual report and accounts, which Craig will deal with at the moment. And finally, this was the last meeting of this committee that Chris Mayer, as non-executive director, attended. And my personal thanks to Chris. I'm a new chair to this committee, and she has been invaluable with her experience and judgment in guiding me through those first couple of meetings. She's been brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jen. Colleagues, any points of clarification? Appreciated the update or any comment? No, so can we then move for completion to accept, to receive and acknowledge, the update report from the Charitable Funds Committee? Come on, say yes.
Yes.
Big my dear. We move to agenda item 15.2, the draft 2023 North Care and reports and accounts. Craig, we are in your hands.
Yeah, just very brief, as Jeff alluded to, we went through the annual accounts of the Charitable Fund Committee. These are prepared in advance of submission in January 2025 is the deadline, so we're well in advance of the deadline this year, which is good news. We've gone through them, as yet they are unaudited, so we're going through the process of having these audited. So these are for information for the board, and also comes with a request today to delegate the approval of the annual report and accounts delegate the approval for the annual report and the accounts to the Charitable Funds Committee, delegate the power to approve them once they're fully audited. So we can just finish that off with the Charitable Funds Committee. Once the audit report comes back, we can approve it from them. So just a request the board give us that permission to do that.
Absolutely. I'm sure you will. Sorry, I was being very serious. Thank you. Colleagues, any questions, points of clarification, comments? No? Okay, can we move then to you?
Yeah.
Receive the draft Northern Care Alliance annual report and accounts for the period of the 1st of April 2023 to this 30th of March 2024, and delegate the approval of the annual report and account for funds held on trust and the Charitable Funds Committee, mindful of Craig's latter comment, of course. I just speak to them.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Craig, and thank you, Jen. Agenda item 16, integrated performance report. Jude, that's it.
Yeah, I think we've had opportunity to touch on a number of the metrics that are probably worthy of discussion. So we've talked a little bit about sickness absence going up. We've talked a little bit about falls from Heather and the maternity metrics. I think we need to be mindful of never events. It will be on the provider oversight meeting agenda again this month, with another never event that has occurred within the last 10 days. So, you know, we've got some issues, I think, about our practices. I think on the access standards, delighted to tell the board that we've achieved 0 for 78-week waiters for the month of July. So a month later than we had hoped in our annual plan, but nonetheless a milestone for the teams. We've got to focus on keeping that at 0, so that's not without risk as we go into August. August always being a tricky month, so there are a number of patients that are dated right to the wire in the month that will remain a risk for us. 65 weeks looks challenging for September with a big cohort of dermatology patients. So somewhere between 300 and 400 that are not yet, we don't yet have plans for. So teams continue to work on that, and that also creates a demand for capacity with the 63 day backlog for cancer patients. So dermatology remains a service that is under considerable pressure. There are a couple of other worrying specialties for 65 weeks, but the teams continue to work on that capacity using mutual aid where we can. I think urgent care requires greater focus. So we've had some of those conversations with chief officers and director of operations. We're going to just go back to some basics in the department, particularly, I think, as I said last month, the non-admitted performance requires us to pay attention to it. And I know that clinically, our clinical leads would see that these are not the sickest patients and therefore they are able to wait, but they contribute to an overcrowded department and therefore, in my humble opinion, contribute to safety, overall safety of the department. So work to do on our non-admitted position, I think, to get a step change in our UVC performance. And our 12 hours, you can see, are static. And I think we've had a conversation that if we do nothing else, you know, we can't hit that 78% for 4-hour standard, that actually the elimination of 12 hours becomes really key, as does ambulance handovers and corridor care. So, so some things on urgent care that require us to have a renewed focus before we get into the depths of the winter months. The improvement work around ambulance conveyances is going really well. We've got the test of change in Salford next week, and we will regroup with NHS to ensure that we've got their commitment to some of that work. And we've got to continue to press with our days kept away from home and dementia work to deliver that flow through our bedded, through our beds and into our work. So I think a focus over these next few months ahead of winter on urgent care. If you look at our productivity metrics, so some of those that are described here, advice and guidance, PIPU, DNAs, theatre utilisation, they're static. I would suggest at best slight improvement in theatre utilisation, but they're static a little bit. And that's reflected in the sort of GM benchmark productivity metrics, which puts us sort of ranking at the lower end when you compare us across the ones. So again, work to do. And I've started to share a number of things directly with divisional managing directors across our organisation so that they can see some of the things that are some of the reports, I think, that are produced that talk to our performance as an organisation to ensure that people are really cited on those things that sit in the model health system and are using it with their services to drive a conversation about improvement. So work to do, I would suggest, on improving productivity and efficiency and translating that to improved access and performance. And I will pause there.
Thank you, Jude, but Lauren's coming back to
Yeah, Chad, I just thought I'd like if it's okay for us to minute our thanks to Jude for leadership in regard to the 70-week waiters. I mean, you know, it wasn't so long since it was 104-week waiters, 78-week waiters. I think we've got 901 65-week waiters, which means in the next 54 days, that's 17 a day. Which is going some, but I just think it is, of course, a lot of the people have been involved in doing this, but it's just required a particular level of drive, and not everybody is on those Thursday afternoon or Thursday morning calls at 11 o'clock, where we have to explain our progress and get quite significant scrutiny. So I just think I just want to take the opportunity to thank Jude. Good chat.
Yeah, and I'd like to add to that, and using our values of care and appreciate and inspire you. You deliver that in drones, and I know how hard you work behind the scenes. Even the wee hours of the morning, as well, because you do care. You care about your colleagues, and you care about the teams that you support and the teams that you lead. And we want to thank you on behalf of them, but also for you, thank them too, because it is a tremendous achievement. We know that there are questions about sustainability. We know there's knock-on effects with other standards they were underperforming, and we are very mindful of our responsibility to keep on top of those. And in spite of that context, it is always important, isn't it, colleague, to show that we want to validate, not just approve, but validate all of the hard work that takes place in the NCA to make these things happen in the right way. The care of our patients. Thank you. We will move to questions or clarifications. Heather, thank you.
Thank you, thanks, Chair. It's about the Never event. Just a bit of correction or clarification. The Never event didn't happen in 10 days. It was detected within the last 10 days. It happened in December. My concern is that I don't think we've registered it as a Never event yet, because the team are trying to decide whether it is or not. I think that is a problem. The advice is you register something and you de-escalate. So after this meeting, I will check to see whether that's been done, and we register as a Never event. And it did occur in December of last year. And so I think going back to the question of, we do need to understand the level of harm that may or may not be out there. If there was a point in time where that the risk of some of not being retained has happened, we will be, I would certainly be talking to Rafik about doing a review of surgical cases, surgical notes, to detect any risk of surgical never events. But that's the risk, I think, that there's a level of unknown in terms of the current risk.
Would that be updated with the patient safety incident frame that comes to it?
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much. Any further comments or questions?
Oh, thank you. I was going to mention pass on. The other thing we discussed at QMP was the role of dermatology being a GM first facility. What the performance of the NCA is without that additional pressure, and whether or not in terms of presentation we ought to be thinking about how we articulate that. That's just over optimistic. The other point was about trauma. That is trauma centres progressing, but also whether or not there's been any movement or any review into trauma in Greater Manchester and impact on that interest.
Do you want to pick up trauma, Rafik?
So just an update on where we are with trauma. Essentially, there's a review that's going to happen late September 20-something date. That'll be completed by the national team, essentially to review the trauma system around Manchester and give a view as to where things are, use of our resources, outcomes, etc. And the team can prepare for this. We have committed across GM that as a trauma system, we will comply with the recommendations that come out of that. We'll keep the board updated with
Any questions? Can we just say something about the hospital acquired infections?
There's been a national increase of hospital acquired infections. That's been reflected in our numbers. Actually, in terms of where we rank nationally, while we're not going to kind of remember the number off the top of my head, we're actually getting better. We're going up the rankings. It's clear from some of the work that's happening and some of our audits some of the basics were not being done right, and so we discussed it yesterday at QMEG in terms of the required interventions, with simple things like, hand hygiene probably isn't where it needs to be. I've just done junior doctor induction first thing this morning, so again, we're just re-emphasising the bare below the elbows, wash your hands, etc., etc. And we'll be doing a little bit more work across all of our professionals to re-emphasise that back to basics thing. In some of our areas, there's a little bit of infrastructure issues. So we were discussing, for example, some of the issues that at Oldham in terms of the recovery areas. And at some point, because of some of the work that was going on, there were no water basins that were easily accessible. People were having to go to a school, sort of dirty areas to wash their hands. So there's some challenges because of the state-related issues. But that doesn't take away from the fact that actually there was some basics that aren't being done to the standard that we would expect.
So this is why I asked. I really think it's important we have an update. New committee first of all around the control measures for infection, and hopefully then be able to report and you. Jude, any final comments?
No, that was it. I think the probably only thing to flag, we've got provider oversight meeting again later this month, where we'll be picking up a number of these performance issues. I think just as a reminder for the board, the organisation is still in soft 3 in terms of regulatory oversight. We're just working through the final document with the ICB and region around what are the metrics that de-escalate us out of soft 3. So what is it that they are expecting? There's a bit of work to be done, I think, on maternity with region, but I think they've locked down what might be the financial metrics and what are the access metrics, and they're largely looking at 2 consecutive quarters of improvement and delivery against our plan. But once we've got that locked down, then we'll bring that back to the board so that we've got visibility and understand what that means for us.
That'd be really helpful. So again, colleagues, for completeness, can we confirm that we've received the integrated performance report and sought assurance about further improvement actions received by the board subcommittees?
Great.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, students, for that prompting. That's really thank you very much. Wonderful. So we move then on to agenda item 17, the Chairman's report from the Council of Governors. So this is a paper that details the matters considered. It's a summary paper of the Council of Governors meeting. We are asked to receive the Chairman's report and also provide any feedback on the proposed areas of focused engagement activity to be undertaken by governors to inform future business plans and priorities. So there's 2 parts to this. First of all, to receive the report.
Great.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. And any feedback to our Council of Governor colleagues on the proposed areas of focused engagement.
Maybe I could offer to take that off the line and discuss with Jude in the first instance, but through informal exec as well, and I can bring that feedback directly back to the Council of Governors.
I think that'd be really helpful because it's very important that we do provide feedback because we want to work in partnership with them, we want to enable them, and we want to make sure that they have resources they need to be effective in that engagement process. So we will conclude on that. Thank you very much. Sorry,
it's just reflecting on the Council of Governors meeting.
Yeah.
And just bearing in mind the conversation about the change portfolio board, just an offer that if one of the governors might want to be in the session that we talked about a little bit earlier, that might be something that we could do. I know I am wrong to go back next time and present the change portfolio board, but it just might be helpful maybe 1 or 2 don't just to be in that and see that conversation.
That's a really helpful question. I important one too. Thank you for that. And guys, I think you prompted me about your red line. Okay, agenda item 18.1, governance. And this is for Jane to present the 2024-25 board assurance framework.
Thank you, Chair. So this paper, it is quite comprehensive, so I don't intend to go through all aspects of it, and I'm very, very happy to take any questions, as I know my executive colleagues are. It presents the 24-25 principal objectives as identified through work with individual executive directors, but of course with the board committees responsible for those risk roles as such. It provides information to the board about how we have ensured that those principal risks in the 23-24 BAF have either been migrated across and or considered with as gaps in controls or otherwise, but information relating to that is provided in the table across pages 2 and 3. I did want to just bring the board, please, to just pay attention to the information that's immediately under that table that sets out the prioritised profile of the risks that are being presented in this 24-25 BAF. And so that should describe our story, I suppose, in terms of what we believe our strategic risks are as an organisation. The BAF as presented is presented firstly using our regular format, and so we provided that traditional risk row format that the board is very familiar with. But behind each one of those risk rows, we started to populate a revised and improved template that we are proposing is used going forward. So if it is supported by the board, we would no longer see that more simple format. We would remove that and we would go to the fully populated version of that revised template in future versions of the BAF. And of course, that population as such will be driven by our board committees responsible for all of our risk rows as relevant. Assurance mapping, as we've reviewed previously, as presented to us by PwC earlier in the year, is included in the new template, as is a tolerated risk assessment score. And again, if that approach is supported by the board, we will be working with Hazel, who Heather referred to earlier, Hazel Nangle, our head of risk management, to ensure that's incorporated appropriately within the risk management policy of the organisation. And very finally, assurance is provided within the paper that all of the significant operational risks that are assessed currently at 16 or above, i.e. considered significant, have been mapped and are included in the risk rows that you're seeing here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jane, and the compliments that you've done in producing this report. It's appreciated. Please, are there any questions for clarification?
I'm surprised to see that we don't have finance as a principal risk. Is that a deliberate a decision on our part?
So it was certainly a consideration, Sue. It is included within the change portfolio risk row as the FSP, as our strategic document as such, our change programme relating to our financial position is incorporated there. That's where we got to as an executive team. I don't know, Craig, whether you want to speak to that.
Yeah, there's one, so in specific reference to their capital prioritisation.
We've got a nearly 200 million underlying deficit, and I'm just shocked that we don't consider that a principal risk to the organisation.
Yeah, I think what we were trying to do, so with this is engineer, we were talking about the risks operationally, that if they do not deliver will have financial consequences. So picking up the root cause of the risk, not the outcome. Because we'd had a discussion about financial is the lag indicator. It's the outcome of something else not happening. And what's the root source of the risk? And some of the root sources of the risk around the operational delivery that are part of the principal risks. So that was the logic behind it, but we can work on that in finance committee for discussion. The actual finance sort of risk associated with capital, which is, you know, solely sat with the finance committee, is in there as a principal risk. But that's why the revenue consequences are not in there, because I think we've had criticism here that we were doing a risk about finance when the finance is the consequence to something else happening.
But there is a risk on finance, isn't there? There's a risk of intervention. There's a risk of, you know, the organisation having to cut things and do things that, you know, we will probably not want to do, that staff would not want to do. And I think if somebody is coming to have a look at our board papers and review our business here, they would be quite shocked that we don't have our big underlying deficit, you know, up there on that front sheet.
Sue, it is for the board to decide and to take guidance from our finance committee, of course, on these risks. I suppose the thinking as we were considering principal risks, and we took some time out with our MIA colleagues to think these through as an exec team, and where we got to trying to get behind, so to truly get to the principal risk, where we got to was delivery of the FSP. If we don't deliver the FSP, that being the risk to us, rather than the issue of deficit as such. And so it was that thinking that took us into delivery of the
Do we have delivery of the FSP as the principal risk?
Took us into that change portfolio as such.
I think there's too many steps from the change portfolio to the financial problem paid from the even if we have delivery of the FSP, not delivery of that's a risk. But we heard before that the change portfolio programme is not just about financial savings and financial delivery. So if we're saying that,
I just think we just make that change.
The FSP is the plan. The FSP is the plan to deal with it. The risk was not being solved as an organisation. You have an underlying deficit, or it's just not. It is the biggest risk we've got. Simple as that.
You will agree with that?
Thank you.
Aziz.
Thank you. I think that this new BAP is fantastic. It is a client. I hated the old BAP. I could not get every document I read. There it was, staring me out of all these bits by column. And here I have this beautiful side of A4 that clearly presents all this information in a way that we need to consume it. So, hallelujah. It's absolutely fantastic. Well done. Whoever did that, it was. It's time for
Jane's been traumatised losing all them columns.
It's beautiful. Put the old one in. And it's exactly what we need to see in a really easy way to get down to the detail. I'm sure you now we'll all be reading it a lot more. So, couple of hands. But okay. So, and then specifically on page 25 to 49, at risk for leadership change, it says under gaps in assurance, there's no immediate measure of impact changes on colleagues other than turnovers. I would say that there are other measures that we can look at the impact of change on colleagues, the stats survey, red data, dead data. I just think that wording needs, I know what it means actually, but I think the wording is slightly wrong on that. On that back risk for page 25 49. Thank you.
Thank you. Aziz deserves a round of applause. Thank you too.
Yeah, I'm also to add to it, but But when we have the likelihood and impact scores, they kind of get just reduced to a number. I'm kind of thinking, do we need to add to page 8 what we're actually saying there? Our opening position is that on a very regular basis, we are causing catastrophic harm, significant harm. That's what we're doing now. Some of our targets where we have an ambition and an aspiration is to continue to deliver harm. When we set that as, saving lives, improving lives, I think just using a number, we lose what actually sits behind that. So I think it's kind of worth, if we can in some way, actually saying at the foot of that page the degree of harm that we are tolerating, to remind ourselves what putting 15, 16 actually means.
Heather.
I'm sorry, I think I'm after somebody, but I just wanted to respond to this point in that. Is it okay? I hold a different view actually in terms of that, in that I don't think a rating of a 16 or a 20 is that we are tolerating harm, but we are appreciating the fact that if we don't apply the commensurate level of attention and mitigation to this risk, the harm will be less. It's not that we're tolerating harm, but we are recognizing the level of harm if we do not have the right gaps and control. And so I'm actually in favour of where the level of risk a hazard presents is significant, catastrophic. We label it and we leave it as such until we are absolutely certain that harm will not materialise up to that level. So it's not that we're tolerating the harm, but we are recognising the level of harm that will ensue if we don't have the right controls and assurance framework, which I think is different to what you said.
Yeah, I kind of I see that difference, but I still think those scores are after we've treated the risk, and therefore we are saying that is the level of harm that's in our organisation. But we're doing it through a number, and I kind of think we need to remind ourselves of what that number actually means.
Yeah, it's just about the contextualising it appropriately so that we don't enhance our anxiety. We certainly don't reduce it unless we feel that we're informed by the data that we receive and how we interpret it in the context that's I understand your point, Heather, but there is something which we do need to explore further in the detail that Tim just described. I think Jenny will be able to respond to that. Jenny, would you like to respond to the comments made against the report before we move to exit?
So what I would say, Rabina, is that we will take this report now through the committees and ensure that feedback from discussion and feedback from each of the committees will be incorporated into the next version that's brought to the Board of Directors, and we will explore, of course, the principal risks and the way they're articulated, but also the science behind it. We can explore that as we go as well. So I'll ensure that happens now, Rabina.
Thank you very much, Jane. So again, colleagues, for completeness, can we receive the 2024-25 Board Assurance Framework, including the end of quarter position?
We can.
Okay, yes, we can. And support the ongoing development and utilisation of the revised Board Assurance Framework, template as presented, our companion book. That was mine, not a companion, that was mine. Consider the application of a tolerated risk assessment in respect to principal risk, including in the Board Assurance Framework. And thank you to thank other colleagues for their contributions. Do we accept all of those recommendations? Thank you, Jane. It was a real acknowledgement there up to your hard work with the team. Wonderful to be thank you. Agenda item 18.2, governance evaluation framework. Jane.
Thank you, Chair. This paper presents a proposed governance evaluation framework, which was a clear recommendation from the governance review that took place in Q3 last year. Recommendations considered by the board beginning of 2024. this, we have not been able to find across the country another example of a governance evaluation framework, and it would apply to the NHS or any other industry in actual fact. And so this is quite fresh, quite new, and so we hope it hits the mark with regards to a first step of us trying to describe in a nutshell how governance evaluation might progress with this organisation. I have shared with board members a number of weeks ago now and received feedback from many, so thank you for that. And I have meticulously gone through every piece of feedback received and ensured that this has been adjusted on the back of that feedback. So I hope board members can see how it's been enhanced on the back of feedback. I won't go through it, it's a comprehensive document, Chairman, but I'm more than happy to take it.
Colleagues, any questions, clarification, comments? Thank you for your contribution. Then we'll move to the agenda for her consideration. Please just reflect this in paper. Any further questions? No. Can I move then? No advice. Can I move then to that we have approved the proposed governance evaluation framework? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Going to the government. Very much indeed. Agenda item 18.3, the draft 2023-24 annual reports and accounts. Jane.
Thank you, Chairman. And this paper is for information. It's to ensure the Board of Directors has received the draft annual report and accounts that has been reviewed by Audit Committee in June and will, through its delegation, ensure they're approved to process.
Thank you. You know what I'm going to say? We're going to move for completion to confirm that we have received the draft annual report and accounts for 2024 as reviewed by the Audit Committee in June. Yes? Yes. Thank you. Agenda item 18.4, Code of Governance Annual Assessment. Jane.
And this paper confirming compliance with the Code of Governance. This annual assessment, which looks back at 23-24, is considering a brand new Code of Governance with new principles, new provisions, but that self-assessment has taken place. It's presented here for the Board of Directors. It's a comply or explain, as the board is well aware, and we are proposing that there is a single provision, B 2.7, with which we will explain, and all of that information is within the paper, Chair. Thank you.
Absolutely. So I'm going to move straight to recommendation here, colleagues. Probably don't have any comments. Am I correct? Yeah.
Should I just ask a quick question? So, I would say, Jane, that this is such a long document, it's been read and looked for where I might find explain by doing some search. But what I did notice was there were some that had nothing in them. So no complying, no explain.
Yeah.
And what does that mean?
So the principles it's the provisions that we have considered whether we are compliant in explain or comply. I'm sorry if I'm not making that clear, Carmen. The principles we haven't assessed in that same way. You're not required to.
Okay, thank you.
So again, for completeness, can we confirm that we have reviewed the information and will confirm the NTA compliance with Code of Governance, noted the explained assessment in respect to board composition B27 for the period 1st of April 2023 to 30th of September 2023. Agreed. Board of Directors closed session agenda item 19 is for information, and that's regarding the meeting held in private on the 3rd of July. Okay, but is for information only in the agenda item 20. Any other business? I do have one. And it's important. It's not really in any other business. It's regarding 3 of our very important wonderful colleagues. That's Jack Sharp, Nikki Clark, and Chris May. We pay notice to their last board meeting, and I know we're going to be doing a formal party and celebration with thanks for their contribution and everything that they've done for the trust. But I would like to say a few words. I'm sure that Eileen would say how she felt, so I'm going to just reflect on what my journey has been with all of you for the 18 months that I have been with you. But also there's a much stronger journey that many people in this room have been present and in presence of your wonderful. So Jack, first of all, been separated from your role as Chief Strategy Officer during the next few months. You joined Southwood Royal in May 2008. May 2008, I was appointed as a member of the Board of Directors in May 2014. You've led the development of a number of large-scale change programmes, integration of community services and adult social care services at Southwood Royal, the development of Vision 10, the annual business plans, previous service development strategies, collaboration and strategy, etc. Now I had to read that because I'm not aware of all of these. What I'd like to say is my personal thanks, and I'm sure the members of the board, in the manner in which you've conducted yourself, in all of your presentations, your hard work, your dedication, really shines through. Not only are you a lucky person, you're thoughtful and you're caring and you're compassionate, and your leadership of your teams, and I'm sure the feedback we see from them has been exceptional. You guided me, supported me on my journey through MCA, and I've been very appreciative of the time you've given to me, and I'm sure other colleagues will agree with that support. And you know, these sorts of things are immeasurable, Jack, but we want you to remember from all of us how much we feel privileged to have worked with you and to have known you. Some of us longer than others, but I'll just pause there because I'm going to be back at the end, but so that's okay. Then Nikki, of course. Nikki, she of people, or I don't know. September 2019, and you retired in September this year. I don't think times are right with you. Principally involved in organisational culture and college engagement, driving one of those agenda items thoroughly, the purposeful intent and the wonderful magic you have, bringing people together and really helping them, not just helping them reflect on what's been happening, but also feeding back what you've heard. And that's actually a gift in itself. Challenging the wellbeing strategy, the development of contribution appraisal, my time, leading on equality, diversity and inclusion, the development of talent management, succession planning, social value, achieving community benefits. I'm sure so much more, Nikki. What can I say? Again, a compassionate leader, a caring individual, somebody who smiles when she's really getting a bit sad and smiling herself. But you never do that. These are such things in the nicest possible way. So again, it's few kids, but it's very difficult to manage that effectively, but you do so with wonderful intent, and we recognise that. And the purposeful manner in which you demonstrate the values of the organisation, Jack and the colleagues, is tremendous. And again, I'm sure in the feedback that's received from people that have had the pleasure of working with you, you know, you must feel very comfortable in yourself, knowing that while you've been here, you've done a great job. Thank you. And just pause there again. And now my business mate, Chris Mayer. What can I say about you? A wonderful individual, a most experienced non-executive director, a very experienced chair, someone who steps in when you need someone to lean on to support, to ask difficult questions about, and to receive honest, candid, open, transparent feedback right in the eyes. But that's what you want from someone, you know, as caring and compassionate as yourself. You know, you're known within the board, you're known within the organisation, your face uplifts everyone with a smile when they see you. Yes, I certainly owe it to you last year, that smile. You've been very generous with me. I arrived again, help, supporting, and all of the wonderful elements that we champion so loudly in this organisation. Compassionate element, what you also do, Jack and Kate, you do, is again fundamental to how we are seen as board, how our visibility is acknowledged, and certainly, more importantly, how we drive change through the understanding that we want to connect with people, and not only you, but so many others. Well, also Jack, you represent those values too. But I have to read in because you have been the vice chairman for many of those years, acted as chairman for several months, on 2 occasions and championed maternity safety and supported the CEO during the investigation. And again, I'm sure there is so much more. So collectively, my wonderful colleagues, on behalf of the board, we want to thank you. But that has been said and that has remained unsaid, not because I don't know about it, but because we need to do something to be a celebration party. I don't want to steal it with that. But it is, I hope, demonstrated through my voice on behalf of everyone how much you are all appreciated, how much you will be missed, and how much we really genuinely appreciate your collegiality, your inclusive nature. I'll come back to it again. That compassionate leadership, which you can't do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right then. So now we come to board performance and reflection. A wonderful thing. But I would say that yes, we've run it over time slightly, but it's been a very thorough and constructive board discussion. I thank you all individually and collectively for your teams, for your time, for your contribution, for the manner in which you've engaged with the discussion today. And thank you to our colleague sitting at the back there, our council governor, staff governor. Yes, Hilary. Thank you very much for staying. I appreciate your time and making the time to join the board. Date and time of next meeting, Wednesday, the 2nd of October at 9:30. Thank you all again. Thank you. Meeting is closed.